Right, chat. Very good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're all doing well today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh dear. That's not worked out too well, has it? I'm just having a few teething issues at the moment with this camera. For some reason, it seems to be throwing a bit of a fit on me. I'm not exactly sure why either. So, yeah. Very strange. Right. Well, I guess we just do it without the camera for now, because I'll go ahead and see if I can work that out shortly. Yeah, not sure what's going on there today. It's teething issues. This is what happens to me when I don't stream often. I get these weird problems coming up. Nevertheless, welcome to the chat, everybody. Hope we're doing well today. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Today, so what we're doing today, we are going to be previewing quite a few new products for Microsoft Flight Simulator, some add-ons. And as you may have guessed from the title, we've got a couple of things. One from Aerosoft, we've got Toolbar Pushback Pro, which is I wasn't actually expecting this to come out anytime soon, to be honest with you. I'd actually totally forgotten it was a thing. Yeah, we've got Aerosoft Toolbar Pushback Pro, which is a pretty cool little add-on. Now, you guys may already be aware of the freeware Toolbar Pushback that's been around for a long time now. And I stopped using that personally for a couple of reasons. Initially because it sort of wasn't really compatible with the Fenix for quite some time. And then GSX came out, so I've not really been messing with that freeware add-on for quite a long time now. However, Aerosoft, I believe, have taken on that developer to release a pro version, which is supposedly a bit more fleshed out and updated and polished to a payware standard. So we're going to have a look at that today. I've had a little play with it already. It's got the same great features that the original Toolbar Pushback had. And yeah, it's a pretty cool little thing. So yeah, we'll dig into that once we get into things here. But along with that, we're also previewing the new Orbx Sweden triple pack, which is by none other than, you guys know, one of my favorite developers for Microsoft Flight Simulator, Marcus Nyberg. Does some absolutely fantastic scenery. Is a developer of the Stockholm Arlanda scenery that we're departing from here, that you can see right now. And yeah, we're going to be taking the flight up to initially to Umeå, which I'm probably saying wrong. Initially Umeå, and then over to Kiruna in the north of Sweden. The Swedish triple pack, of course, is 3 airports containing Umeå, Kiruna, and to the Sweden Mountains Airport, I believe it's called. We won't be seeing that one today. I believe it's mainly just a GA type airport, but both Umeå and Kiruna both do have commercial service with A320 737s flying in there from Norwegian, Scandinavian. So yeah, I imagine probably the ATR as well. There's probably a very good opportunity for some ATR flights out of these airports as well. I have had a quick look at them already. They're very fantastically rendered, as you would expect from Marcus Nyberg, and yeah, looking forward to flying over to those. I've never flown into those 2 airports in the sim. So yeah, very much looking forward to that. It should be quite fun. So yeah, looking forward to that. Stockholm Arlanda has seen a little bit of an update. I think Marcus pushed an update, cleaning some things up, as well as adding some compatibility with the VDGS module that he uses for his airports, the Null Aero module. It's actually added some support for the VATSIM network now, which is pretty interesting, because that is, let me just move that over there. It's added some support for the VATSIM network, so VATSIM controllers will be able to send your target off blocks time, etc., and things like that over to the VDGS module that you actually see in the sim, which is very, very cool. I don't think it's been fully implemented as of yet, but it yeah, it should be pretty cool, I think, that, and for the future as well, for things like big VATSIM events. You know, like in a lot of the events in Germany, they do have a system where you need to adhere to the target off blocks time and things like that, as well as cross the pond. So that's a very cool little feature that's been added there. And I think there's been some tweaks to some other bits regarding the Null Aero ground services and things like that for Marcus's airports, which is quite cool. Right, so without further ado, let's just get right into it here. Obviously, we'll have a quick look at the Toolbar Pushback Pro initially, and we'll take it from there, essentially. We'll run through our briefing once we've just had a little bit of a mess around here. So as you can see, we're on the ground here at Arlanda. Have already set up some of the ground services. Now, you guys may remember, let me just do this, actually, it's going to be quicker, isn't it? If you have used Toolbar Pushback before, you'll remember that you can call ground services from that panel. Let's just bring it up here. So I'm using Flow. I don't have the top bar in Microsoft Flight Simulator. As you guys know, I kind of don't really mess around with that at all. So I've added the Toolbar Pushback options that will be in the toolbar by default. If you have that, you'll get these two options. Basically, you'll have the pushback, and then you'll have the planner as well, which we're not going to use just yet, but this is, as you may remember it, a very oops, I've clicked off it there. So yeah, as you may remember it, very nice little thing here. We'll look at that when we get underway. But yeah, you can call in various ground services here from the panel. You can open doors as well. What quite cool feature that it does have, actually, that I didn't expect, actually, is the ability for developers or community members to make profiles for different aircraft, so you can control different things on the aircraft. So for example, you can see you've got all the doors accessible here. You can sort of open the doors on the Fenix as you know, as you would expect, really, which is pretty cool. And you open the cargo doors, etc, and you can close them all. It's quite nice, actually, because that means that it's not just using the, you know, it's not sort of restricted to the default SimVars regarding those actions, and you can make it compatible with a whole host of different aircraft, which is really quite cool. And you can obviously do a bunch of other stuff here, like wheel chocks, the PCA, which the Fenix has, and other stuff. We've obviously got the power connected. Catering is already there. I called that in earlier on. It's not lit up there for some reason. It did light up initially, but now it's not doing that. I did call the baggage loader in. Now, there's an option in here where you can go ground services and set it to manually dismiss all of these different ground services. But for whatever reason, every time I've called in the baggage loader, it just kind of runs through the animation and disappears, which I don't think that's what it's supposed to do, looking at those options there. But nevertheless, it does work initially. I think what it's supposed to do with those options checked is to actually come in and just stay there until you actually manually dismiss it, hence the name. And I think it's probably important to say at this point as well, the ground services that it's using is just the default ground services. If you have got GSX installed, obviously the sim may pick to use the GSX models. Like you can see, for example, we've got this catering here, which is from GSX. We've got this baggage loader here, which is actually, I think, part of the Scenery's ground services. And then the conveyor, I'm not sure where that comes from exactly, but that's not, I don't think that's the default one either. That possibly comes from the Scenery as well. So yeah, if you've got other add-ons installed like GSX, it will still use those models, but you can't use GSX and Toolbar Pushback at the same time, because it's just they kind of interfere with each other, really. Because when you start using GSX, you'll notice it clears out all the default ground services and then puts in the custom GSX ground services, and you can't really use these both at the same time, unfortunately. There's probably a way you could use this for pushback and not the ground services and sort of use GSX at the same time, but I haven't quite worked that out as of yet. But I think just for simplicity's sake, it's probably best to assume that you can't use them both at the same time. and of course a tug as well. It'll use, if you've got, you know, it doesn't have to be just limited to GSX for the models as well. There's a few other add-ons, I used to use ground services, the ground services add-on by, what's it called? I think it's the Latin VFR. They did a ground services models library that you could install, and it will use those in place of the default ground services, which is pretty cool. And yeah, you could have that installed and it will use those models as well. So like I say, it's just basically controlling the default ground services. It's probably the shorter and better way to put that, but like I say, just saying that the models here are from various different sources by the looks of things. Yeah, so what else can you do with it? I mean, yeah, that's more or less it. We'll see the other stuff as we get underway. It's got the nose lifting simulation, all the same stuff that it had from the freeware. It'll automatically choose language for the sound based on where you are in the world, and you've got the audio as well. Yeah, and that's about it really. The pushback bit we'll obviously look at once we get to that part of the flight, but yeah, pretty nice. I mean, in honesty, I feel like it doesn't actually offer that much more than what the freeware one did, except for, you know, that compatibility, and you know, it's just a little bit more of a refined interface. You'll see as we go along, it just feels a little bit more polished, and the aircraft profiles, of course, which is a big part of the compatibility side of things. But nevertheless, yeah, that's that initial little intro here. We are on VATSIM, by the way, so that's why you saw an aircraft just appear and disappear. However, we are going to crack on with the flight now and see how things go with that. First of all, let's just say hello to the people in the chat, because I've not said hello to everyone here. Welcome, guys. Hope you're doing well. Ramsey, welcome to the chat. You're joining. Amazing. Love to see it. I've not seen you online for quite some time, or at least in the chat for quite some time, should I say. I hope you're doing well. Quit your job off for 2 weeks until you start a new. Oh, very good. Very good. Well, I wish you all the best in your new position, Ramsey. And yeah, best of luck with it. And good to see you in the chat. MPS, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Indeed, it's always nice to fly in Sweden. I hope we get some controllers online today, because I love the Swedish ATC. Always very nice and chill. No one online at the moment, but maybe that will change shortly. We shall see. Daz, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday to you too. Buongiorno to Aviate as well. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Peter, welcome to the chat from Great Britain. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Chris, welcome also. Hope you're doing well. Roy, welcome. Good afternoon, evening. I hope you're doing well. Doggy, welcome indeed. I'm doing good. Yeah, thanks for asking. How are you doing? Robert McNamara, thank you very much for the subscription to the channel. Aviato 4, good afternoon. Welcome indeed. It's been a while indeed. I've not been streaming too much, so I don't blame you for that. 6 months into the waiting list for being a S1 controller. Crikey. Yeah, hopefully it shouldn't be long. Crikey, that's such a long list. But yeah, fingers crossed you get there fairly soon. Have they set any release date for the Sweden pack? Yes, I think they have set a release date. It's actually on... I think it's next week. I think it might be next Monday, but don't hold me to that. Obviously, things like this can change, but pretty sure it's within the coming days. Soren, thank you very much for being a member for 9 months, my friend. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you as ever. Mike, welcome indeed. Quizzy, welcome indeed. The commentator, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you too. Welcome indeed. If I have the GSX, this toolbar pushback, no need spend money on that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, in fairness, if you've got GSX, there's probably no reason to go for toolbar pushback, especially if you do primarily airliner ops. Obviously, GSX is a little bit more weighted towards that, but if you do quite a lot of, you know, sort of GA or private jets and things like that, I can see there is a bit of a space for the toolbar pushback, because sometimes GSX just doesn't really work that great with the smaller planes, does it? So yeah, I can definitely see there is a space for it, but yeah, I mean, it's probably difficult to justify. But that being said, you know, it is really, really great. I think this interface right here for the planner is just so nice. I mean, obviously, in a lot of situations, you know, the GSX is great when you've got a profile for an airport. It's absolutely fantastic. But, you know, when you just want to do, you know, a certain pushback and make sure it goes the right way, or you don't have a profile or whatever, this interface is just absolutely gold. I wish GSX used this interface, to be honest with you, for their sort of quick edit pushbacks and things like that. But hey ho. Iran on PC, welcome to the chats. Hope you're doing well. How much is it? Oh, that's a good question. I'm not actually sure. I think they announced that earlier on their website, I think. Let me just double check that for you. So it's going to release on the 22nd, so next Thursday, and it's going to cost €9.95, including taxes, for toolbar pushback. So pretty cheap overall, pretty well priced, I think. In Fenix Block 2, GSX is all we need. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very, very nice with the Fenix in Block 2, isn't it? With that integration, very much looking forward to that. Daz says, sorry, Brendan, greetings, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Daz says, have I heard of RealTurb V2 Game Changer? I've not actually. No. What is that? No, not at all. Aviate says, Phoenix are doing the Lord's work for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I wonder what the next project will be. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I watched that video the other day. I mean, I made a post about it. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really blown away with the level of detail. You've got to respect that. I'm sure I called the fuel. I've not seen the fuel guy come yet. Have you guys? Let's try that again. But yeah, next big project. I don't know. I mean, low key, I know we've already got a 737 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I would like to see them do a 737 just to see how it would compare to the PMDG. Because I know there is a big conversation around the 737 by PMDG. It is a fantastic add-on, don't get me wrong, but there is a bit of a controversial discussion about that, isn't there? About, you know, how innovative it is compared to the Phoenix. So yeah, I would very much like to see them do like a 737 Max or something like that, you know? Very, very, I mean, ProSim does 737s as well, don't they? So it's plausible, but again, I have no idea. I don't want to stir the pot or anything. The Giglottis, welcome. Hello, hope you're doing well. Doggy's at Arlander as well. Very good, very good. Chris says, too bad Lulea isn't in the Panther Airport as an Air Force base on either side from the terminal. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they can only do so many at once. Pretty cool that we're getting 3 airports in one pack, which should be quite cool. Quite a nice little package, I think, honestly. How long do you think till we push back? I'm hoping about half an hour, Ramsey. Klaus, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Welcome as a member to Gold. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support there, Klaus. Thank you. And thank you. Enjoy your new channel badge and custom emotes. Still no refueler, though. Now, I don't think I'm going to blame Toolbar Pushback for the fueler not coming. I would imagine it's probably a Microsoft Flight Simulator issue, maybe. Not sure. Default ground services I've not used in such a long time. I don't know what, you know, what the score is with it, really. So, yeah. GSX should have easy custom manual pushback. Yep, agreed, MPS. Agreed. Quizzy's flying to Gdansk from Bergen. What was such a nice, was controlling in Bergen. I had a chat with him in a Twitch chat. Very nice, very nice. I hope you're having a good flight, my friend. Absolutely love Bergen. Gdansk also has a very, very good scenery for this sim, doesn't it? ESSA, good evening. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. Good to see you. It's been a while. Dan says creates turbulence in certain areas where there's changeable winds or where it wants to generate turbulence. Great when in the cruise and you have random turbulence. Interesting. Fair enough. I mean, what is it basing that on? Is it just basing on the winds that are there in the sim? Interesting. I might have to check that out. Is it payware? Decor Aviation. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Aviate says Phoenix Studio Level A380. That would be crazy. That would be really, really cool. I wouldn't expect to see that for many, many years, though, I would imagine, considering the level of detail on this aircraft. PMDG needs to get the cabin act together. Awful compared to Phoenix. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, as a company, they don't seem to really think the cabin is a relevant part of the aircraft to model in this, in a flight simulator, but obviously a lot of people want it. I can probably give or take it, to be honest. I don't really miss it. As long as you've got a nice window to look through, that's all I'm too bothered about, really. I think on smaller planes, I think it's more important with the cabin because obviously, it just packs so much more detail. But on a big aircraft, it can just feel a bit empty and lifeless. That being said, GSX is supposed to be adding an update which will add in passengers to the cabin, right? Doggy's in a Concorde going to Los Angeles. Very nice. Enjoy. Is that the DC Designs add-on or is it FS Labs or what's that one? J-Foot, rain is moving in. Yeah, it does look a bit wet, doesn't it? A bit moist. Klaus, hello, my friend. Thank you very much again for the membership. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. NPS says I have a Scandinavian mountain payware. Sadly, the lighting is awful, bad designed. Get it on Sim Market a long time ago. Reported to the designer company. They have not fixed it. That's a shame, NPS. That airport is included in this pack, though. So at the end of the stream, we'll have a quick look at that one as well for you and see what the lighting's like. I mean, I have already had a quick look at it. The night lighting is quite nice there. Yeah, I'll show you that once we get to the end of the stream today. It is payware. Got you, Daz. I will, I'll have a look at it. Why not? That sounds pretty interesting. Ace is still go-to is the fly-by-wire. Very nice. Fair enough, fair enough. We all like what we like. The fly-by-wire has got some areas which I do really like versus the Phoenix. Not many, but it does have, quite a lot. Right, guys, I'm waffling on here now. Probably be here forever if I keep responding to your messages. So let's crack on with the flight. Let's jump on board here. We'll get ourselves sat down. And we'll jump over to the fuzz pads and we'll go ahead and do some briefings, shall we? First of all, let me just see if I can sort out this camera situation. Just quite sure why it doesn't want to work for me today. Seems to think it's unplugged. One sec, chat. Right, that seems to have worked. Let's see how long that sticks around for then. Right. Oh, it's gone already. It's gone again already, apparently. Why is it doing that, man? Let's see what happens anyway. The camera might just randomly go off, but hello! Hello, chat. I am here. But yeah, it may just randomly go off, so if it does, we'll just have to cope with it. I'm sure you guys can live without seeing my ugly mug. Right, so over to the Fuzzpad. Let's run through the briefing for today. And yeah, let's have a look at this. So we've got the OFP here on Navigraph. Let's just run through that as we normally do. So today we're going to be fuzzair 58 Delta. We're going from Orlando to Umeå. Call sign's going to be fuzzy 58 Delta. Target off blocks 1705. So not long. We've got to get a move on here and target on blocks 1820. Cost index 26 as we normally do in the 320 fuzzair. We're covering 299 miles over the ground. Takeoff weight expected 64.1 tons. And alternate EFOU. I'm not sure what airport that is off the top of my head. Somewhere in Finland. I do recognise it, but I just can't remember. Cruising at flight level 270. Camera's still on. I'm amazed. And trip time of 47 minutes with an alternate time. 31 minutes if we need to divert. We're going to be taking 5427 kilograms of fuel. Expecting 19 right here at Stockholm. So we can actually just see which runways are in use here. 19 right would be absolutely fine. Can you pick up the 80s through Navigraph? I always forget if you can. I'm pretty sure you can, can't you? But they're not online at the moment, so we're not going to be able to see that. Nevertheless, carrying on, 19 right on the Resna 5 Golf departure is what we're expecting for today. And then looking at the payload, 180 passengers, so we're full on passengers with the 0.6 tons of cargo. And then coming a bit further down, looking at the weather, we do have a Sigma in place for Helsinki FIR with severe ice, freezing rain forecast, moving north-northeast. So, yeah, I mean, let's just have a very quick visualization of where that's at. It's not really on our flight path at all, but that's this region over here. So, yeah, good to get big picture knowledge always. But that is that. So coming back to the OFP, weather at Orlando at the moment is a southerly wind 10 knots with slightly reduced visibility 9,000 meters with drizzle, overcast 200 feet, dew point, and the temperature is coincident at 4 degrees, so we could expect some fairly low visibility rolling in and out, as we have seen just stood on the ground here. And we can expect that to possibly get potentially visibility getting a little bit worse as the evening goes on here. And then the weather at Umeå, even worse actually. It's looking pretty bad, pretty spicy at Umeå. So we've got a easterly 10 knots with visibility 2,700 meters and light snow and fog with overcast 500 feet with a temperature and dew point of 0 degrees. So that could be a fairly interesting situation to land in. So we'll have to see how that goes. I expect they don't have an ILS at Umeå. I think they've got just RNAV approaches. Oh, they do have an ILS for 3.2. They do have an ILS for both, actually, but I expect it's probably a Cat. It's probably not a Cat 3 ILS, is it? Yeah, I mean, I would expect not, considering the minima there. Yeah, so I wonder if the RMP takes us lower. It doesn't. Interesting. Okay, well, we could be in for a spicy time at Umeå. I might take a little bit of extra fuel, actually. Okay, we disconnected for a second there, chat. Are you with me? Had a slight blip in the matrix there, I think. But I think we're back. Good. Good. Right. Yeah, so as I was saying, I don't know if you guys caught. I was just saying it might just take a little bit of extra fuel. It could be quite an interesting situation to land, just in case we need to hold. And the weather at Oulu, yeah, looking kind of spicy as well. Probably not a very good alternate, actually. I'm going to blame the dispatch for giving me that, but yeah. Hopefully we don't need it. Right. Okay, and then just a quick look at the maps. Basically just heading up to the northeast, over the sea here, and then into Umeå from the northwest. You can see we've got a lot of significant weather here. We're stuck in a system here which has got moderate turbulence between flight level 240, flight level 340, and some moderate icing below flight level 100 and up to flight level 200. So that's valid 1800. So that's upcoming forecast. But yeah, we'll have to make sure we're careful about making sure we've got the relevant anti-ice systems on for the departure. And then we've got a bit of a... Sorry, I read that incorrectly. This turbulence area is related to this clear air area over here. It's not really applicable for us, but this icing situation is. So that's fine. And then, yeah, that's about it, really. We've got a bit of a tailwind for the trip, so that's always nice. Average of 32 knots tailwind. So that is that's pretty good, actually. I'll take that. Right, okay, well, let's jump back into the aircraft then, and we'll get set up. The camera's stayed on somehow. Interesting, very nice. Right. Cool. It's a bit high. Right then, so shall we get set up for the flight today? I'll turn the music down a little bit. Right, so Joey's still connected. Right, let's jump in then. And we'll get set up. Let's make sure we just got our seat nice and tucked in. Lovely job. Righto. So we've got a Sec 3 fault. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll deal with that first of all. So Sec 3 off and then on. That's over here. That looks to have cleared it. Lovely stuff. Okay, grand. Okie dokies. So then, let's get set up then, shall we? So I'll initially come to the Fenix app now. This timing's going to be all off because we're not using the live time. We are using live weather, of course, but not live time, just so I've got a bit of visibility for you guys and for me, really. It's quite nice to have a bit of daytime action in the sim. Very short days still in the north of Europe at the moment. So we might as well start getting loaded up. We're not using GSX today, as I mentioned earlier on, because of the toolbar pushback. So we're just going to go ahead and start loading the aircraft using the default system here. So we'll do it. We'll do fast time because I don't want to wait 27 minutes at this point. We'll definitely be ready before then. We have already had the captain on board who has come in and set up a few things, albeit not much. But we'll make sure we get the correct QNH set initially. 1002 here. Cool. And then overhead, he seems to have done his job correctly, so that's all good. We're not fueled yet, so we'll leave the seatbelt signs off. Right, so coming down, we'll get the terrain display on as well. We might as well take that. Coming further down here. Do we have any ATC online yet? We do not, so we'll go 1228 for the radios. So we'll set that on this side. That's all good. Fine. All lovely stuff there. Good, good, good. Righto. Okay, so let's jump straight in and start plugging in our details here. So we'll go AOC. in it, and we'll bring in our data from the company. That's lovely stuff, all correct there, grand old time. Alrighty, so we'll go straight to our init A, and we're going to be fuzz 58 Delta. Stick that in there, cost index of 26, and we are going to be cruising at flight level 270. That's all good. Temperature on the ground here is 4. So alternate EFLU is correct, and the flight number, everything else. Yeah, looking good. Great. So we're expecting a departure off 19 right on the Resna 5 Golf. Now, it probably would be a wise idea for me just to double check real quick that SimBrief has got the departing runway correct for Stockholm. As we are on VATSIM, we want to make sure we've got the correct departure runway. So let's just have a quick look on flight radar real quick. So 19 right is what we are hoping for. So it looks like landing 19 left. And yeah, departing 19 right, that all looks good. Fantastic. Good. So Resna 5 Golf will do us. And we'll insert that. Good, good, good. Just going to quickly check the restrictions here. So we've got 220, 2100, and then we've got a flyover at 722, that's correct. And a right turn out to Resna. Let's check this, all looks good there as well. Yep, that all looks fantastic to me. Good. And then we'll stick in our arrival as well, just real quick. So we're expecting runway 14. We'll put ILS 14 for now on the Lesno 3 Sierra arrival. And we'll leave it at that for now. We'll refine that once we get up in the air. For the departure, we're actually flying a RNAV departure, so I'm not going to mess with this. Secondary will go like this. Just to set up for a return to field if required. We'll set up a 19 left arrival. Line of right, probably better for an emergency. So we'll stick that in there. And then weights for today. Do we have a load sheet? Do not. Let's just resend that. So 58.9 is what we're expecting on the zero fuel weight, and the CG 31.7 with are we refueled? Looks like we are 5.4. So we'll go ahead and turn the seatbelt signs on. That's good, and then we're expecting a 32 of a tailwind for today, which is very, very nice indeed. We want to plan 1.3 for our alternate, and the route reserve is 0.6. Gives us 0.1 extra. I forgot to bring extra fuel. Completely forgot about that. Can we amend it at this stage? We cannot. We'll see if we can amend it at the end. So there's probably not too much use in doing the perf page just yet. So we'll leave it at that for now. And yeah, let's just see what else we've got lined up for us here. So we've got speed selected showing there, but okay, that's because we've not put any V-speeds in yet. That's fine. Okie dokies. So we'll set our initial climb altitude, which is going to be 5,000 as per the charts. Using the mini FCU here. For some reason it doesn't want to dash out my heading. I think that's probably my profile on SPAD next. Cool. Alrighty. So once the boarding's done, we'll get the extra fuel on, and we can have a look at the rest of the setup here. But for now, what we can do, I missed GSX already. I can't lie. The passenger ambient sounds as the boarding. Can't lie, I do miss it. Right, well, let's get my charts ready then, and we'll go ahead and do a bit of a departure briefing. Sheldrak, welcome to the chat. Fuzzpad, exclamation point, Fuzzpad in the chat. Just reminded myself, actually, what assistance options have we got set up for the turbulence, just because the Fenix does like you to do the medium, doesn't it?
Arlanda traffic, Scandinavian 3-1 Bravo.
Medium, there we go, fine.
To holding point,
right, okay, so let's get the charts ready.
Papa Alpha Yankee.
Okie dokie then, so.
Arlanda traffic,
MPS says, have I installed the icing fix in Fenix? I wasn't aware there was one, to be honest. I thought icing was okay for the Fenix now, since the last Block 1 update. Icing fix, yeah, so yeah, I wasn't aware there was one. Cliff Takeoff says, you changed the view so fast, what am I using? Just using shortcut keys on my keyboard. If you type in, I think it's exclamation point cameras in the chat. Oh, I see you, MPS, yeah, the one in the Discord. Yeah, I thought that was not relevant anymore, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it says it was fixed in Block 2, so I'm not sure if that's still the thing that I need. Well, I guess we're about to find out because we're going to be flying in icing conditions. Right, nevertheless. Have I been in a cockpit simulator? I have, yes. I've been in 737. Alpino, welcome. From Francais, welcome indeed, bonjour. Hope you're doing well, my friends. I guess the command is not cameras. Might be just camera. Utkarsh, welcome from North Korea. Welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Information Alpha says, how am I finding the Swedish triple pack? I've been debating want to partake in a preview or not. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big proponent of Marcus Nyberg's work. I think he does some fantastic scenery. And yeah, most definitely worth it, I think. The airports included are all, you know, very nicely done, and the served by commercial operators, if that's your thing. So they're not just GA airports. I mean, one of them is pretty much, but yeah, just beautifully done as ever with Marcus's work. Yeah, I mean, what you're about to see, you're about to see. Maybe stick around and you'll get an idea. But I mean, yeah, I suppose it depends on whether your followers want to see that kind of content. I guess it's probably more based on that than anything. Doggy says, have you seen that you can only play on the co-pilot side? Why not captain side? Just because that's the way I have my controllers set up on my desk. I have my side stick in my right hand, so it just makes more sense to me. Right, the aircraft is loaded. We can't change the fuel. Okay, bugger. We're probably going to need a little bit of extra fuel, I think. So let's just reset all real quick, and then we'll just do this. Hopefully that's not reset everything down here. It hasn't. Okay. So we'll just do this real quick, and we'll just stick in a couple of extra 100. So we'll go 5.6 like that, and we'll go load instant. We'll probably need to potentially get another load sheet just in case the CG got changed around. So we've got 59.1. Oh, we're actually a bit heavier than before. Okay. And 31.7 is the CG. That's still the same. So we're just heavier. And we've got slightly more fuel. 5.6 on the fuel. Good. Okay. So I never did the pre-departure briefing, but we'll come to that in a moment now that we've got other stuff we can do. So we're departing 19er right. It's wet. We're going to go packs on and engine anti-ice on. We'll sync the weather and calculate behind the skies. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. So 34447, 2 down 0.3 and 68. And 147, 2 down 0.3 and 58. I've probably got that wrong. 34447, 2 down 0.3, 68. Okay, actually, I surprised myself. Alrighty, and the departure procedures here at Stockholm, we've got NADP2, so these thrust reduction acceleration altitudes are absolutely fine. No issues, right, so that's good. Departure briefing it is then. It's the toolbar pushback and where can I get it? It's not out yet. It's a, well, there is a freeware version available on flightsim.to, literally called Toolbar Pushback. But Toolbar Pushback Pro by Aerosoft is basically an enhancement of that. It's a very lightweight pushback and ground services add-on for the sim. It comes out next Thursday, and we're about to do the pushback fairly shortly, so you guys will get to see what the deal is with that. Alrighty, 68 not 58. What did I miss? Oh no, I missed something. Oh, it is 68. Crikey, that's a high flex right there. Fair enough. Thank you, Chris. Nicolas, thank you very much for the subscription. Welcome to the channel. When I open Phoenix, it says that the toolbar pushback on the FSTO doesn't work with the Phoenix. Yes, that is very true. Yes, that is very true. However, this is a new Pro version, which, as far as I'm aware, they've fixed the compatibility issues with the Phoenix, so hopefully it should all work absolutely fine. But it's actually my first time using it with the Phoenix, so this is a live live test, if you like. But yeah, they have sort of tweaked the compatibility a bit, so it should hopefully be absolutely fine. Right, okie dokies. Let's go ahead with the departure brief. Over to the fuzz pads. So then, we are departing Stockholm, Sweden. Looking at the 10-9 initially, and the airport elevation here, 138 feet. We're currently parked down here, apron D. And we're going to be departing 19er right. So they do have standard departure routes here at Arlanda. So looking at where we are here, apron D, we're at stand 6-5. Which is here. We're going to push back. The standard pushback is just to push backwards like that, basically straight up, and then you would basically turn to the right here to go onto Delta, take a right uniform Charlie, and then a right uniform, and then continue up to Yankee, follow Yankee all the way up this way, and all the way up to the holding point for 19 right. That is the standard route. So if the ATC were online, they'd most likely say taxi to 19 right. I don't even think they usually give a taxiway to go by because it's just a standardized route, similar to how they do in a few airports like Schiphol. And we're going to be targeting. Let me just check if there is ATC first of all. There is not. There is ATC at Bromma though. Also, it's a great scenery by Marcus Nyberg. Yeah, so we're going to be departing the Resna 5 Golf departure. It's an RNAV departure. This is a 10-3 whiskey chart. Let's see, transition altitude 5,000. And this stuff is not exactly applicable given there's no ATC online. So the departure itself is pretty straightforward. We're basically going initially 184 track to SA 705, which is a flyover fix, and a right turn to SA 704, max 220 knots there, and a minimum altitude of 2,100 feet, which we have already checked is in the box. And then out to Sierra Alpha 706, and a right turn to 722, flyover fix there, and then a right turn towards Sierra Alpha 855, and then continuing out on the 010 track to Resna. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet unless otherwise specified, which is not in our case. And yeah, I mean, we'll probably give ourselves higher clearance because, again, no ATC online. And traffic situation, not super busy here at the moment, so we can probably afford to give ourselves a early clearance up to our cruising altitude. In terms of threats here today, it is a bit slippy, so we'll have to take care on the taxi out. Not that that's particularly well modeled, I don't think, in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but that is one aspect you probably want to be aware of. And low visibility as well, so we've got to take it steady, make sure we don't crash into any other aircraft on the ground and or on the runway. Righto, what's the price? It's it's about 10 euros, just under 10 euros. Cool. Right, well, let's get cracking then, shall we, chat? So we'll get the fuel pumps on, see what sign it is already on. Start the APU. And we'll do the cockpit preparation checklist. So gear pins and covers are removed. Fuel quantity is 5.6 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. Ideas are in nav. Oopsie daisies, what I've done there. These are in nav, and the bar F is set to 1002 on 123. Let's actually just get an up-to-date weather here because we haven't checked it in a while. Still the same. No issues there. Pretty much the same forecast we had earlier on as well. Right, APU's firing up. Now, with Toolbar Pushback, what it will actually do is it will actually... got some quite nice shortcuts in it, so once we actually click to connect the tug here, it will disconnect all the other ground equipment. So I'm not going to do that just yet. I think it can dismiss the Fenix ground equipment as well, so I'm not going to click that just yet because we're not yet started on the APU, which yeah, we don't want. So we will dismiss the catering though. And we'll get rid of the jetway. Cool, so APU is available. We'll start the chrono so it gets nice and warmed up. Should see that door close momentarily. There we go. Good, good, good. Fantastic. Turn off the GPU. And we'll go ahead and we'll connect the tug, and it should get rid of the chocks and the GPU. See, the tug is coming in and connecting there. Doesn't look like it got rid of the GPU actually. No, the power's still there. It did get rid of the chocks though. You can dismiss it through here, which is quite nice, unless it dismisses the GPU at a later stage. It does have sound as well.
All doors and hatches closed and the ground equipment is removed.
But you can hear, when you're outside, you can't actually hear those voices, which is quite a nice little detail. And it does have nose wheel steering disconnect, so that is all working okay as well. And it lifts the aircraft, which is just done. See the aircraft slightly lifted now, and now it's just going to wait for us to do our pushback command, which we're not going to do just yet. We give it another minute and a half. Yes, Andy. The APU switches are under my desk today. Yeah, dear. What's the IRS monitor do? Well, I'm not that well versed on this this menu, to be quite honest with you, but you can basically, you can see the current state of each of the IRSs. You can see they're all in nav currently, and then you can also click on each one and basically see each inertial reference system. You know, basically everything that it's registering. You can see its position that it thinks it's in, the track heading, another heading here, M heading, magnetic heading, the wind it's seeing, as well as the accuracy and the position combined with the GPR, the GPS receiver. Yeah, so that is that. Like I say, I've not done a super lot of research into those panels. You hardly ever use them, but yeah, in a real on a real sort of situation, you might use that one if you have done a lot of turns and you'll want to check the navigational accuracy of the IRS, see if there's any drift between, you know, you can see the position is slightly different between each of them. And if there'd been too much drift there, you might want to do a realignment. And you could use it for other troubleshooting purposes as well, I guess. Okay, cool. So we're about ready to go. APU is nice and warmed up now. We'll turn the beacon light on and yeah, let's go, shall we? So we'll do the before start checklist. Parking brake is currently set. Takeoff speeds and thrust 344447 and 68 of flex. Windows are closed. The cockpit door is actually still open, so we'll go ahead and close that one. And the beacon light is on. Before start checklist complete. Right, so somebody asked earlier, can you do a pull forward with this? You can. Yes, you can actually. So I've actually got someone next to us here, but I'll tell you what we'll do just for demonstration purposes is let's not do the standard push here, and we'll do a push back, and then we'll do a little bit of a pull forward as well, just to kind of demonstrate that working. So let's go for it. So we'll go to the, you can do it from here, and then you can go plan pushback, and it'll bring up the second window. And yeah, this just works as it does on the freeware version. You can hold control and zoom out and drag with the left click. We're going to be heading down that way, so we want to spin the aircraft around like this. Might want to initially do something like that, and you can set multiple points, and we might want to go like that, and then we can do another one going forwards, maybe like that. It's quite cool. And just go ahead and click on the tick. Now it saves that, and then you go start pushback. Orlando traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta stand 65 is pushing back.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push.
We can close that.
Okay, cleared for push
Put
start.
AP bleed on.
Please release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
Alright, off we go. It seems to
Start in the sequence.
dim the sound in the aircraft somewhat when they're talking, which is interesting. Nevertheless, let's go for an engine start. So go ignition starts. And we'll go for engine 2 starts. Hoist. Yeah, if someone is flying along actually in the chat, yeah, you'll have to let us know how this looks to you. Obviously, GSX pushback looks rather interesting on VATSIM, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a good one, Andy. So there you go. You can see it's doing the left turn, working very nicely. Engine 2 available. Go for engine 1 start. Then you should see that it's going to do straighten me out and then do a pull forwards.
Orlando traffic, 512 pushback and starting off of gate 3.
And there we go, there's the pull forwards. Very nice. Very smooth. Love to see it. Doggy says, from my view, I can't see the delivery. What do you mean by that? Plane stays flat. Good to know, Ramsey. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Traffic, Scandinavian 1651, taxi, holding point, runway 19 left. Orlando traffic.
Someone using 19 left, I think, for departure there. Have they changed the runway in use?
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Doesn't look like it. Alright, parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Okay, so both engines are available. Go ignition starts.
Startup is complete.
Ground
You may
spoilers
disconnect.
armed. So we'll go flaps 1. Transponder can come on.
Okay, sir.
Ecam
please disconnect.
status.
It's been removed. See you at the side. Have a safe flight.
Oops. What?
Holding
CG
position.
30.2.
Goodbye.
That's all good. Flight controls. Full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down. Neutral, full left, full right, and neutral. Auto brake max. Everything's good here. APU bleed off, APU master off. Lovely stuff. Now the tugs should be disconnected. It is. Obviously we don't get any hand signals or anything because it is just the default ground services. So they're just going to head off now. And we'll do the after start checklist. So, anti-ice engine only. Eco status is checked. Pitch trim is 30.2%. Rudder trim is neutral. After start check is complete. Lovely stuff. Let's go then, chats. Orlando traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta taxiing to runway 18 right. Orlando traffic. Right, off we go. Oh, we're doing it to flaps 2 for takeoff, aren't we? Always so blurry when it's covered in rain on the windows outside. Very strange effects. So as briefed, we're going to take a right here and then continue on following it around to 18 right. So let's see, what else can we do? We'll do the taxi checks. Bing bong the cabin. So blurry, man.
On that traffic, Snapin 2625, taxiing holding point 1 on the right.
Very moist. Very moist indeed. This could be a bit of a candidate for the old fan blade icing situation that Mia was talking about in that latest video. These conditions. Maybe it's a little bit too warm, I don't know. A little bit of snow build up there on the grass. Oh baby, we've got a chonky boy over there. Very slow going with this wet ground. Oh, you think the nosedive is fixed either by GSX or VPilot? Oh, very good, very good. Well, that's a good point. I mean, to be fair, I haven't really seen that recently, albeit I haven't really flown that much recently. Doggy says you can't see the fuzzair livery. Well, it's normally you can't see the tug, but the livery, it depends. If you're on VATSIM, then you'll need to install the... You'll need to have the models, like the model matching for fuzzair installed and or the liveries. And you'll also need to have a VMR file to tell VPilot to match to those liveries for my call sign. I'll tell you what we have forgotten though. We've forgotten the old engine out SID. So 19 right.
Ready traffic, Sheik 512 taxiing to runway 19 right. On the traffic.
Let's go straight ahead for 25 miles. Cool.
Orlando traffic, Scandinavian 1651, taking off runway 19 right, immediate takeoff. Orlando traffic.
So coming up to Yankee here. This is this right here, as briefed. See Yankee there on the sign, just about. going on this snow here? It seems to be loading in as we're driving along. Taxiing along, should I say. Snow implementation at this, all of Marcus's airports is very, very nicely done now. I think he's done some magic considering the limited tools for doing that. Better do a 70% run up every 15 minutes anyway. Yeah. Is it 70% for the CFMs? Or is it like 40%? I can't remember which it is. I can't remember the intricacies of it. The intricacies of it to talk about it like I know what I'm talking about. It's been a long time since I've done some proper winter ops, let alone simming at all. Definitely getting pushed to the side here now, though. $70 for CFM, 50 for IAE. So I'm getting it the wrong way around. Got you. It's the time, isn't it, that's different, I think, for the two. Is it IAEs have a slightly shorter holdover time between each power application. Sunny Stanley will have less of that. Thank you. Some words I just can't say sometimes. Yeah, the fan blade icing, yeah, does look very cool, doesn't it? Does look very cool indeed. Wow, what a lovely day. Looks like I've got another Scandinavian down there. Just about to see them. A320 Neo, I think. So this guy's holding a Yankee 9. We'll go all the way to Yankee 10. Orlando traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta will hold short runway 19 right at Yankee 10. Is this Orbx Orlando? It is Quizzy, yes, indeed. Indeed. Graham, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Waiting your appetite to have some 727 in X-Plane this evening. Very nice, my friend. Very, very nice. I never flew the 727 in X-Plane. Which developer did that one? Was it TDFI, maybe?
London traffic maybe in 2625, Yankee 9, line up 1 on the right.
Okay, this guy said Yankee 9er. I don't think he actually... Did he say he was taking off? It looks like he is. Sorry if I'm holding you up, Ramsey, with my slowness. Orlando traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta lining up 19 right and holding position. Orlando. Right, we'll get the strobes on.
Orlando traffic, Chic 512 holding short 19 right. Orlando traffic.
Everything looks clear.
Scandinavian 2625 departing 100.
Scandinavian is departing. Be able to see them just to the left. No, can't really see them at all. Oh, it's FlyJSim. Oh, very good. Yeah, they did a really good 7. They did a really good. Was it a 737 as well? Or am I thinking of someone else? Or did FlyJSim do a Q4? I don't know. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've looked at X-plane aircraft. Not the greatest lineup there in the world. Let's get TCAS on. Now, the gentleman on the radio there, our colleague, he didn't say where he was going or what departure he was flying, so I'm just going to have to check that myself. Looks like they're heading to the south. Okay, so we should be good to go then. Alright, let's do it then, chat. So, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway 19 right is confirmed. TCAS TRA, packs 1 and 2 are on. Lineup checklist complete. Let's rock and roll, chat. Landing lights on. Everything else is looking good. Van Dabby Dozy. Let's go. Parking brake released. Side stick half forwards. Engines are stable. Take off. Amflex 68 SRS runway auto thrust blue. I'm going to bother with the wipers today, chats.
Hello, traffic sheet 512 standing into the
100 knots.
For runway 19 right.
B1. Rotate. Lovely stuff. Positive rate. Nav. Gear up. Very nice indeed. Straight into the Merc. Yep, straight in there. A little bit of visibility below. Lever climb, thrust climb, auto thrust. Oh, look at that in front. Crikey. That is beautiful. So we're above the F speed already. We'll go to flaps 1. Speed is checked. Crikey. That looks pretty rough in front of us. I wonder if it might be worth doing a slight deviation here. So at the S speed, speed checked, flaps 0. We're going straight into it here. no weather radar, so we can't really assess the situation properly, unfortunately. Let's keep going up. So 9,000 blue. Go for AP2, we'll set standard. AP2, flight level 90 blue. Ground spoilers are disarmed. We'll get the nose lights off as well, and we'll give the cabin a quick bing. Everything else looking good. It's actually a little bit warmer up here than it was below. And the weather doesn't look too bad at all in these clouds. Quite a bit thinner than I'd expected.
Airline traffic, Chic 512, taking off runway 19 or right.
Cool. Let's just keep going up then.
5 Golf departure. There's no traffic.
Flight level 270. So flight level 270 blue, open climb. And we're off. Same weather as the UK. Yeah, it's very UK feeling, this weather. Albeit quite a bit colder. It's quite warm in the UK at the moment. Right, so please tell me I started the flight on Newsky. I did. Good. Right, flight level 100. Let's get the landing lights off. Seatbelt signs could come off as well now, I think. Albeit we do have some pretty gnarly clouds coming up here. Maybe we leave it on. We'll leave the anti-ice on as well for now. Warm air does rise indeed. Ramsey, have I tried the PackX add-on or the Passengers 2 add-on? No, I've not tried either of those. I've tried self-loading cargo though, which is it's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really, I did used to really enjoy add-ons like that, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't sim enough these days to really put the time in to learn how it properly works. But I don't have the will to learn the new self-loading cargo. I don't think. Nowadays, I don't do too much. I don't have as much time for simming as I used to. Clear those guys out. Oh, we're gonna have a nice breakout here. We're gonna have some blue sky behind these clouds. Lights, got them. Thank you, Chris. I did remember. I think. Yes, I did. All right, off we go. Wow, really in the murk here. Waiting to see if we're going to break through these clouds. Do I know who Swiss 001 is? Of course I do. Yeah. Admittedly, I don't watch too many of his videos, but yeah, I do know who he is. Self-link added cargo will be implemented in Block 2 of the Phoenix. What do you mean by that one, Roy? Is it... yeah, I suppose they'll have a very similar implementation, won't they? Or will they have some integration with that as well? Is that what you're saying? Oh, this is a thick layer, this. Thick. So we're going to leave the anti-ice on just for a little bit here. I mean, we are at minus 25 static air temperature here, but we did have icing in the significant weather. So just going to be a little bit vigilant. Better weather tomorrow, MPS says. Very nice. Lovely. Yeah, it's like over 10 degrees here in the UK at the moment. It feels like summer almost. It's crazy. Right, guys, I'm going to leave you with this view for just a moment. I'll be back with you in yeah, in a couple of minutes. That is the wrong button. Right. Still no blue sky, chat. Crikey. Oh, I said it was quite warm in the UK at the moment, actually. Actually quite cool right now in my office. Crikey. Right in the murk here. I can sense we're coming through it though. It looks like it's getting brighter. Definitely looks like it's getting brighter. Dave, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Sorry I missed your message earlier. I can't remember what you said. Let me just go back and have a look. Where were you? Oh! Bit of blue. For the dance. Right. So, Dave said, I'm going to fly along. For some reason, I'm showing an EasyJet on your screen. Was there on my screen? Can't remember what I do in vPilot. Okay, so when you are logging in on vPilot to the network, you need to make sure you're using the call sign that you filed on your flight plan. So if you've filed a flight plan as a fuzzair aircraft, that should be FUZ as the 3-letter code, and then your flight number after that. Hopefully that makes sense. Naughty, welcome to the chat. Sorry I missed you as well. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Prefer your Boeing, of course. Indeed. Mercedes versus Audi. Well, I think in the case of Airbus, it's versus Porsche. Because Porsche was one of the collaborators for the design of the initial Airbus aircrafts. For the cockpit layout and design, that is. Lovely stuff. All right. Well then, chat. How are we all doing? It's been a week or so since we last streamed. What have we all been up to? Anything interesting? Flight level 2070 old cruise. Lovely. All right. We've got about 120 miles to our top of descent. We shouldn't chat on too much here. But wow, look at this. We're in the clouds at flight level 270. Can we get above them? Potentially. What if we went up to 290? Shall we see if we can get through them? Let's go 290. BS 1000, flight level 290 blue. Never had a Porsche to compare to. Fair enough. Neither have I, actually. Did I fix my car? Well, yeah, I mean, my car is a bit of an ongoing thing, but yeah, I mean, I've managed to fix some of the main snagging issues. Oh, look at the blue. Some of the main snagging issues that I was working through related to the engine. So yeah, I'm at a pretty good point with it now. I've just got a couple. Well, I've got one error code left, which is bugging me a bit because I don't really know. It's very, very broad and vague error codes. But I've started doing a few bits on it to try and get past to fix it. Essentially, I think it can be only one or two things. I've already replaced some vacuum lines and a pressure converter, and I think maybe it's one of the other vacuum lines that I haven't replaced yet because I haven't replaced them all, or it could be an electronic valve which I have tested, but maybe I didn't test them well enough. Now we can turn the engine anti-ice off now, of course, and Or it could be my charge pipes for my intercooler, potentially. But hopefully it's not that, because they're more expensive to replace. But yeah, I would say it's as fixed as it can be. I've got some body work I'd like to do to it as well. So yeah, it's kind of never ending, but we'll get there. What car is it? Well, I've got a couple of vehicles that I've been working on. I've been mainly working on my BMW 2006 3 Series. It's an E91, so the touring, but I've also got a Ford Transit as well, which is in need of some faffing. And of course my partner's car as well, which is a Mini. There we go. Look, we made it above the clouds. Lovely stuff, chats. Oh, seatbelt signs are still on, aren't they? Thank you, Chris. Now we're out the clouds. Probably be okay to do so. Getting quite a nice frame rate as well today, I have to say. Love to see it. Right, well, before I start waffling on anyway, let's get prepared for our arrival, because not super long flight this. So let's get some weather information at our destination, ESNU. So this is 1720, so it's fairly recent. We've got winds from the east still. 8 knots. Visibility 2,100 meters. So I think that's gone up a little bit since we were last looking. I'm not sure exactly. Actually, maybe it hasn't. Temperature is freezing, and the QNH 1002. Don't have any ATC online there, so we can't really use the ATIS for transition level, but we could indeed work that out ourselves. So let me just quickly grab the transition altitude. Which is 5,000, of course. So we'll go. Oh, that's not working for some reason. I wonder if that got broken in a recent update. Alright, well, we'll just go 6500 then. That seems sensible. Or 65. So ILS 14 is going to be the most applicable approach, I think, given the low vis and the easterly winds. So the minimums are going to be 225 there. And we'll go for a flaps full. And then if we need to go around, the noise abatement is... I'm not sure exactly. I can't really find that out, but we'll just assume it's 1080p2. We'll leave it at that. That should be okay. About 8 minutes to go till we do our top of descent. Right, we'll do landing performance as well. Crikey, clouds are getting higher. So landing runway 14. Let's put medium poor because we've got light snow. Apply the METAR there, and our weight for landing is going to be 62.1 tons, which is a little bit on the heavier side. Oh, baby. Did I get that right? 62.1, I did. Oh. Oh. Oh, dear. What if we go medium? I mean, do we want to go with medium braking action? Obviously, we have no way of actually working out the exact braking action because we don't have an ATIS, but yeah, we'll go for medium auto brake then. We can just about land with that. Auto thrust off will give us a little bit more margin there. So that's fine. Good. All right. So we'll do a arrival briefing then, shall we? So over to the Fuzz paid. Sonny Stanny, thank you very much for being a member of the channel for 9 months. Am I getting an early preview of Block 2 Phoenix? I wish. I doubt it, but I would absolutely love that. But yeah, I highly doubt that, to be honest. And Doggy, thank you very much for being a member for 1 month. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I appreciate all you guys for being members, even though I'm not streaming quite as much as I used to do. But I do appreciate you, and you know, the small amount of income that does give me month to month, even though it's such a small amount, you know, it does go a long way, and I really appreciate you guys for sticking with me and supporting the channel. Right. Yeah, not many ATC online tonight, MPS, unfortunately. And landing calculations a little bit dramatic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's Microsoft Flight Simulator's fault or the Phoenix calculations, but I would probably be more inclined to blame the sim and its ground friction than the Phoenix, because the Phoenix is just so well thought out. But yeah, could also be that. Dogsy says, any way to fix the Phoenix lag? What do you mean by the Phoenix lag? Do you mean by just generally low frame rate in the Phoenix? Best thing you can do really is try to reduce your CPU overhead, or well, I suppose it depends on what's most limiting you on your computer in terms of performance, but you might need to reduce some of your graphics or traffic settings. But I mean, even on really, really high-end computers, the Phoenix is still not performing amazingly well. So I've just kind of given up worrying about it, to be honest with you, because it's just, yeah, it's just not. It's really, really difficult to get a good compromise. Right, so arrival briefing anyway. So we've set our transition level. Sorry, we're going to be arriving at Umeå, Sweden. 10-2 we're looking at the moment. Airport elevation is 25 feet. Transition level we've already put down as flight level 65, which we worked out ourselves, just guessing. Because, yeah, we don't have any controls online. Pilots requested to plan their descent to perform a continuous descent approach, which we will be doing. We're going to plan to do a managed descent from at least flight level 100. So we will be doing that. We are able RNAV, so this is not all applicable to us. So we'll have a quick look at the arrival then, which one we're going to be doing. We're doing the Lenso 3 Sierra arrival. It's an RNAV arrival for runway 14. So this is going to bring us in initially at Lenso. It tells us here rather handily we've got 55 miles to the threshold from that point, which is very nice to know. And then we've got flight level 100 or above at Lenso. We're going to then continue to November Uniform 872. Minimum altitude there 5,000. And then to November Uniform 871. Max 230 knots there. Minimum altitude 2,900 feet. Continuing to 870. And then continuing right turn to 850. Max 210 knots there. Minimum altitude 2,500 feet. And then you can see we've got the airport down here. So that'll take us on to the ILS. You can see November Uniform 850, our initial fix. We're going to be doing the ILS for runway 14. This is the 11-1. The localizer is November Uniform on 109.9. Final approach course is 130 degrees. And the final approach fix is at 7.8 November uniform, 2,500 feet. The minima 225, which we've already looked at, and the runway elevation is the same as the airport itself, 25 feet. And then we've got the MSA highest in the northwest sector at 2,900 feet, which is based on the Umeå VOR. The ILS pretty straightforward, really. It's a standard ILS 3-degree descent, 3-degree glide slope, PAPI to the left of the runway, and we've got yeah, not too much else to say about it, really. If we need to go around, it's a straight ahead to 2,500 feet, which is quite a high possibility given the visibility situation. So we do have extra fuel if we need it. If we need to maybe do a loop in the hole to see if the weather improves. Redirecting for a new approach. And then once arriving, we're going to arrive in at 1-4. We'll probably expect to have to roll out quite far. So we'll probably have to do a backtrack on the runway. I'm not sure if there is a turning area at the end. It doesn't look like there is, actually. But nevertheless, we'll probably have to backtrack and then come off at Charlie and then come into one of these stands here at the main terminal. Yeah, so we've got our stands there, and then we don't really have any information regarding whether there's a turning pad or anything, so yeah, we'll just have to see once we get there. Do not mistake railway lights north of airport for runway lights. Good to know. Well, I don't think railway lights are modelled in this sim, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. But yeah, that is the approach briefing. We can expect some low visibility for the approach, as well as some light snow. So maybe flight down to minima. So be go around minded, slippy runway to be aware of, as well as a fairly short runway at 2,300 meters, and no taxiways adjacent to the runway, so we'll need to backtrack. So just need to be we need to give some calls on VATSIM, make sure we give those. And I think that's about it regarding threats. Right, let's go down then. So we'll initially come down to flight level, wow, okay, flight level 100 there. So thrust idle des, flight level 100 blue. Lightspeed, welcome to the chats. I'm doing good, yeah, thank you for asking. How are you doing? Might have to come in really slow then to give you room. Why, are you really close behind me, Ramsey? Let's have a look. Oh, I've got plenty of room between us, I imagine. We'll probably be fine. We'll just have to play it by ear. Maybe I don't need to backtrack. We'll see. Okay. Okay, that's clearly not correct. Oh, look at this layer. Alrighty. We did say more drag before, but are we catching the vertical profile? We are not. Definitely need more drag then, so we'll pull the speed. Go 315 knots. Sticking our destination runway threshold. Should be over 50 centimeters snowing on there. Crikey. Well, hopefully we'll get to see Marcus's beautiful work with his snow piling that we've seen at his other airports. First time I'll have actually seen that in a dynamic scenario in live weather, actually. So looking forward to that. Unless you get a 4090 and an Airline, you might not have any lag. Yeah, potentially. I mean, it all It all depends on many factors, depending on what airport you're flying from as well. If you're on VATSIM, it can all have bigger impacts on your FPS. So yeah. Right, so we're catching the profile. We are very, very slowly. Actually, no, we're not anymore. So let's keep going a bit faster then. We'll go at 330 knots. What are my specs? They're in the video description, or you can type !specs in the chats. There we go. Now we're catching the profile. Roy says, "Or using DLSS swapper." Ah, yeah, I actually forgot about that one. I think you mentioned that in the last stream. Yeah, I need to have another go with that actually, Roy, to see if that works any better. Lovely. Right. I think we need to probably pick up the speed even more here. We'll go 340 knots. We are going down, boys. There's one person at the arrival airport on that's parked. Okay, good. I will do a text message on VPilot momentarily. Right, we're about to intercept the vertical profile fairly shortly. Did I change the Nvidia filter settings? Nope, still using the same ones that's on the Discord. When am I going to release the wing views for planes on Discord? They're already on there. They should be in the members area, or at least the ones that I've finished anyway. Right, coming up to flight level 100 now, so let's go back to manage speed. We've just intercepted the profile at the same time. Probably going to break the speed limit slightly here. It's not a huge deal. Get the anti-ice on as we come through the clouds here, and the landing lights, seatbelt signs can come on as well. We'll get the music turned down for the arrival. Press the LS push buttons in. We've got November uniform identified 10990, which is all correct. Need a bit more drag here, so we are definitely going to need to use a bit of speed brake here. Alrighty, let's keep going down then. We'll put in 2,500. So 2,500. Keep speed brakes out for now. So approach checklist. Local altimeter. So approach checklist bar 1002 set both sides. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimums 225 feet is set. Auto brake medium. Engine mode set to normal. Approach checklist complete. Speed brakes can get stowed now. Alrighty. Are the commands not working in the chat? Let me have a check. Nightbot isn't here. Okay, let's get Nightbot back in. See if Nightbot shows up. Sorry about that. The commands should start working in a moment. Welcome to the chat there, Wrapped. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, here we go then. Thrust idle. Back on the vertical profile, we are looking good. We're a little bit higher than the glides though, but no issue. Should be 230 knots coming up to this fix here, which we are slowly decelerating. I'm going to give it a little bit of persuasion with the speed brakes. Speed. There's the glide slope. A little bit harsh there with the autopilot. Just idle. Right, tell you what I'm going to do now though is I'm just going to pull vertical speed. Should help control our speed a little bit better. Okay, so approach phase I think it just activated itself, so that's good. Decelerating to the green dot speed now, which is fine.
2,500.
Come back on VS 1000. Lock blue, lock start. VS 800. Set 2000 so we don't capture the altitude. Pretend we're cleared for the ILS approach. Umeå traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta, established ILS runway 14, 9 miles to go. Umeå traffic. Alright, we'll arm approach. We'll go flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps to 1. And flaps 2, speed checked, flaps 2. All blue glide slope blue. BS minus 500 is fine. No contact with the runway just yet. Arm the ground spoilers. Flaps 2 is set. We'll get the gear down. Glide slope start. Signs should be on. They are. Okay, good. Aviate, thank you very much for being a member. Thank you so much, my friends. Enjoy your channel badge and in custom emotes. Naughty, thank you very much as well for the £5 super chat, my friend. Much appreciated. Alrighty, go around altitude is 2,500, which we'll set there. And we'll go flaps 3, speed checked. Glide slope, and we'll go to flaps full, AP 1+2, Cat 3 dual. Alrighty guys, landing rate predictions in the chat, if we actually land, that is. No sign of the runway just yet. Wind is straight down, which is quite nice, although we should expect it to shift a little bit more to a crosswind as we get close to the ground.
1,000.
1,000 is checked. We're stable. Stable gate for a landing like this is definitely 1,000 feet. Auto land Cat 3. You can't do a Cat 3 auto land at this airport. Oh, there we go. The wind swung to the east as expected. That's good. .500 feet to the minima. No sign of the runway just yet. That's correct, doggy. There's the runway. Just about make it out.
500.
Unless that's the railway. No, it's not there. The runway, the leading lights there. Lovely stuff. So, landing checklist. ECAM memo landing note blue. Landing checklist complete. Land. Autopilot disconnected.
300. 100 above.
Umeå traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta short final, runway 14.
Minimum.
Continue. Not sure why we've got the auto land light flashing there.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
A little bit off centre line there. Spoilers, decel, reverse green. And manual braking. Lovely stuff. It's quite a wide runway actually. We should just be able to turn around here. Lovely stuff. Alrighty. Not too shabby for my first landing in quite some time. I'm not sure if we bounced there or not. It kind of felt like we did bounce, but I'm not 100% sure. Also, I can hear this whirring sound. I'm not quite sure what it is. That was off-putting me while I was trying to land there. I think it might be my partner doing some whirring in the kitchen. Umeå traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta backtracking runway 14. We'll report when vacated. Umeå traffic. Right, let's get the flaps up. Ground spoilers disarmed. We'll get the predictive wind shear and the weather radar off, and the TCAS off as well. Turn the transponder off. Only a small airport here. Lovely stuff. Not too bad, chat. Not too bad. Landing rate predictions. I feel like Newsky is probably gonna dock us a little bit there due to our off center line landing, but I think it felt like it was a fairly soft landing, all things considered. And there we go. We have actually got a little bit of snow here. So after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear are off. We get the landing lights off and strobe lights off now as we're vacating the runway. We'll get the APU master and APU start. And this is our exit. Custom taxiway signage, you love to see it. Ground texture is looking very fantastic as always at Marcus's airports. And there we go, we've got some of the custom snow piling as well, which you love to see. Welcome guys, welcome. Naughty, no worries my friend. Take it easy my friend. Good to see you. I think we'll just park in to the right here. I think there's actually a marshaller there, so we'll use that, guys. Seeing as though we're not using GSX today, we'll use the default marshaller. Stand 5. Umeå traffic, fuzzy 58 Delta, runway 14, vacated, taxi into stand 5. Umeå traffic. Alright, we'll get these lights off.
Umeå traffic, sheet 512 on final for runway 14, 10 miles out. Umeå traffic.
Ah, see, there we go. Plenty of time there. Lovely amount of clutter here. Marcus always gets his clutter so spot on with his airports. So we've got some animated flags in the background there as well. Very nice. Lovely textures on the terminal here. Some transparent glass, I think, as well. Nice frame rates as well, I have to say. Buttery. Oh, how close in is he taking me here? There we go. Right, there we go. Parking brake is set. Shut down the engines. APU is available. Lovely stuff. We'll go down here. Let's see if we can get the ground services in use by... Oh, look at that. It's doing it automatically. Oh, is that a Fenix thing? That might be a Fenix thing. We'll get the stairs, baggage, catering as well. Go to external power, get the APU off. Seatbelt signs can come off as well. Lovely stuff. Welcome to Umeå, guys. Oh, yes. Pretty nice parking as well, I have to say. Not too shabby at all. Oh, yeah. I'll take that. There we go. We've got the stairs coming up. Looks like we've got the... I think they're the Fenix default stairs, actually, that it's used there, which is quite interesting. Fair enough. Oh, I guess it would do, though, wouldn't it? Because you can't use the default stairs with the back entrance. Yeah, fair play, fair play. So that's Toolbar Pushback Pro that's doing that. Nice. Well, look at this, though, Chad. This is the scene, isn't it? Lovely stuff. Alrighty, so shutdown checklist. Shutdown checklist. Parking checklist, Stephen. Parking brake is set. Chocks are in. Engines are off. Wing lights are off. Fuel pumps are off. Parking checklist complete. In fact, to tell you what I'm going to do is, seeing as though we do have the chocks in place, D-board as well. In fact, let me just double check the chocks are in place. They are. So we'll actually release the parking brake. So the brakes just have some nice extra cooling there, even though temperatures are absolutely fine. I would expect them to be a bit higher than that on a medium autobrake landing, but yeah, not too bad at all. Lovely stuff. Alrighty. Pilot Tris, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. What am I using to change my views? Just basically keyboard shortcuts on my mouse and keyboard. Is this airport part of the triple? It is, Dave. Yes, indeed. And then cameras. Hopefully that command now works for Pilot Tris. There we go. Doggy says, do I have G's installed to see your landing performance? I don't know. However, I'm using Newsky for the virtual airline, which is very similar in the way it works to log your landings. Speaking of which, let's have a bit of a look at our landing report on Newsky then. So over to the fuzz pad. So, pretty good. Looking at this so far, we're late departing and late arriving, but not outside of the tolerance, I think. Yeah, within 10 minutes. So, yeah, that's not too bad at all. And then we made $9,000, which is very, very nice, actually, for such a short flight. So you'd love to see that. And then the pilot rating, we actually got a perfect 10, which you love to see. I thought I was going to get marked down for off-center line landing, but it turns out maybe we didn't do so bad. So let's see. So we got 1.16 G, 149 feet per minute. So pretty tasty touchdown there, actually, I will say so. Distance from threshold, 363 meters, which is also very nice. More or less right in the right where we needed to be. Max centerline deviation only 5 meters actually, and challenging conditions. So it was a little bit more lenient on our rating because we've got challenging conditions, but only 5 meters. I thought we might have been a little bit more than 5 meters, to be honest with you. Maybe we tricked it by touching down the right gear first. Potentially, I don't know, but I'll take it. We've got perfect 10 there. Let's have a look a bit closer on the map here, and we can just see. Oops, this is the wrong airport. And we can just see where we were. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Right on the aiming point. Although I do feel like we might be in a little bit after than that. Maybe the satellite imagery is not perfect, but bang on. Really. Very good. We were definitely not that close to the centre line, though. We were definitely a bit further off than that, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Yeah. Nice. Lovely, lovely stuff. Fantastic. Let's see. Who got closest? There wasn't that many guesses, to be honest. So MPS guessed 1.27 G. You were closest on the G-force only because you were the only one to guess a G-force, but closest in feet per minute was Aviate, I believe, with 131. So congratulations, Aviate. Nicely done. I appreciate your optimism in my landing capabilities. Yeah, 149 was the feet per minute. So yeah, lovely stuff indeed. Critic, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Which tablet is that? It's not an add-on, it's just an overlay for the stream. If I type exclamation point fuzzpad in the chat. Healer Bro, welcome to the chat. Does the pushback add-on work with GSX? No, you can't really use them both at the same time. You can use the GSX models, but it is just using. It's basically commanding the default. The default ground services and tug. So if you invoke GSX, what GSX does is when it invokes, you know, when you do the first interaction with GSX, it will basically clear all the default ground services, which will render this panel for the pushback inoperative. But like I say, you can use it for, you know, you can use the GSX models. You can see we've got the GSX model for the tug here and the and the catering. But yeah, I suppose it's not really intended to use at the same time as GSX, but yeah, I do see where you're coming from. I do really like the interface on it, I have to say. Righto, guys. Last time you gave us 999. You did, Aviate. Yes, I see you've changed your point of view a little bit. Is there emergency slides add-on for the Phoenix? There is not, as far as I'm aware. Doggy. Right, guys. Well, welcome to Umeå. This is one of the Swedish triple. As you can see so far, we've kind of taxied in. The ground texture's looking absolutely gorgeous, as ever with Marcus's sceneries, as well as the ground markings. We've got custom signage as well. Love to see it. Got the wigwags. Very nice indeed. And yeah, I mean, we've got the snow piling as well, which is dynamic based on the weather conditions at the time. So if I set this to clear now, the snow piles would disappear. Always very, very nice. Marcus has seemed to have carried that across to a number of his other airports, the Swedish airports. But yeah, I mean, where do we start, really? Let's have a little mini tour, shall we? It's only a small airport, so it shouldn't take us a terribly large amount of time. But as you can see, we've got the usual quality, crisp texturing for the buildings, as well as the modelling, looking very, very nice indeed. With these light pylons as well, all looking very good. Nice amount of clutter and you know, activity on the apron, which you always love to see. Nothing worse than having a completely flat and empty apron. We've got some guys down here having a little conversation about about the snowfall, probably complaining that they've got snow on their heads and their shoulders. Poor guys. Some nice textures down here, although we've got flat textures rather than some windows there, but you have got PBR for the windows, which is always nice. I say this every time, but I do love Marcus's textures. There's just something about them. I don't know if it's like the way that he does his ambient occlusion or something like that, but it just looks fantastic. We've got a little sandbox there as well. You can see we've got all the signage and things like that. I've never been to this airport, so I can't attest to how accurate it is, but yeah, I mean, Marcus does his research, and I imagine it's pretty goddamn accurate. Some cardboard boxes there as well. I think Marcus uses some custom ground imagery as well for his references and things like that. Some up-to-date ground imagery that he gets hold of somehow, which is just fantastic. Lovely modelling here as well with the sunshades or whatever these are, the wind deflectors. I'm not sure what they are exactly, but yeah, very, very nice. All the way down here, looking very, very nice. We've got a tower here as well, which is fully modelled inside, albeit a little bit snowy in there at the moment. And then we've got like a transparent glass interior to the terminal, although Marcus does generally do his interiors to be sort of viewed from the outside rather than, you know, having, you know, coming all the way through. As you can see, you know, the textures are a lot lower resolution, etc. In there, but definitely looks very, very nice indeed from the outside. Got some nice signage here as well. Let's just slow the drone down a bit. It's going way too quick. Yeah, some nice nice custom 3D signage there, a bit more transparent glass, and some more custom signage here, which looks like that is 3D modeled on there as well, which you'll love to see. Yeah, all the details, very, very nice and detailed. Absolutely love it. We've got the Swedavia Airports van, which we've seen at a few of Marcus's airports, which is probably very accurate considering they're all the same country. Oh, look at this. This is quite nice, isn't it? How you've got the snow piling and you've got sort of an area of sort of icy, slushy wetness, which is very, very cool sort of variance to the apron look there. That's very, very cool. I like that. Yeah. Look at this detail here as well. Beautiful. Not sure what that says. MPS? Did I de-ice? No, I didn't. No. It wasn't snowing in Arlanda. Also, we're not using GSX today either. Snow plows. I assume they only show as well when the weather is snowy. Let's try that. Oops, press the wrong button. No, they're always there, but I suppose maybe they're always there. They're parked out the way, aren't they? Maybe. I know Marcus's other airports, they only show if it's if the conditions are right, but yeah, that's fine. As you can see, all the snow piles have now disappeared as well, and the snow, as you might expect. Yeah, let's go back to live weather. And there you go. You can see the snow piles coming in. I think this down here is a GA sort of apron. GA side of the airport. We've got these little small hangars. Yeah, I mean, it's all very nice. It's all very nice. Really. As far as you know, smaller airports go, I mean, you can't really do much better than this, can you? Just the detail is there. It's just spot on. I mean, there's nothing I've seen so far that's made me go, oh, actually, that looks a bit weird. But that's always the case, generally speaking, with Marcus's airports. Anchoring equipment, got you, MPS. That makes sense why it had whatever it was on the ground, the tires or whatever that is. Thank you, MPS. Yeah, lovely. Lovely stuff. Not sure what this guy is supposed to be for, but detail. You'd love to see it. Look how funky like the painting is on this this hangar right here. It's sort of reddy brownish on that side. We've got a red on that side. We've got an orange there, and then we've got a green on this side. Perimeter fence as well, which you love to see. Interested to see what these purpose of these poles are for as well. Is I wonder if it's for gauging the depth of snow, maybe. Let's go back over here and then just we'll just do a little zoomy over here. Just have a quick look at the land side. Cars, animated flags, great textures on the ground. Let's make it a bit brighter. Got some detail, advertisements, taxis. Yeah, you love to see it. It's very, very nicely done, I have to say. I've got a little cargo section as well. SAS cargo. So the cargo apron would be down here, I guess. And then maybe, I think this is air ambulance and things like that down here. Air ambulance, yep. Scandinavian air ambulance. Search and rescue. All the detail there. Lovely. Yeah. I mean, a 10 out of 10. It's got to be. Post Nord over here as well. The Royal Mail of Sweden, I would imagine. I've got even some landside detail as well. Looks like the roads have been, you know, had a little bit of work done to them here as well. I think they've some custom textures on the ground there. We've got a petrol station and some diggers and things like that over here as well, which is again really, really nice to see. I guess Mark has done a bit of work over here to kind of complete the ambiance. Very nice. Is that an ATR landing over there? it is a Brathens or Brathens. Oh, I always say that wrong. Very nice. Yeah, super, super nice. Lovely stuff. Alrighty then, chat. Well, welcome to Umeå. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to go get a glass of water, and then we'll be departing up to Kiruna, which is one of the other airports in this triple pack. So we'll do that next. Try and do a fairly short turn, maybe about half an hour or so. So I'm just going to take a quick break, like I say, get a bit of a drink, and do all of the flight planning for the next leg. And I'll be back with you momentarily, chat. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you shortly. If you're enjoying the scenery, enjoying the stream, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. I hate asking, but there's 48 people in here and 31 likes. I'm sure we can get a few more. Thank you very much, guys. I'll see you very shortly. Alrighty. We're back. We're back. Thank you very much for subscribing, Martin Westerlund. Welcome to the channel. Alrighty. Well, we're back. We're back. And yeah, let's do this thing. So, let's jump straight over to the fuzz pad and go in for a briefing. Sasha, welcome to the chat. Good to see you too. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Ramsey, I'm sorry Nightbot's going ham on you again. Oh dear, I do apologize. Less exclamation points, Ramsey. I think Nightbot probably will have less of a problem with you. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Right then, guys, let's do this thing. So, coming over to the fuzz pad. Sasha, I didn't see your question. You'll be able to type that again for me. I don't see any questions from you. Right, okay, so let's have a bit of a look at flight coming up. So we're going to be fuzzair 59 Delta this time. Umeå to Kiruna, and we're going to be in the same aircraft. Target off blocks is in half an hour, 20 past 7. And target on blocks 20:29, half past 8. Zulu time, covering 258 miles with a takeoff weight of only 52.4 kilograms. Not a lot of demand for this route, it seems that way. Alternate is this one in Sweden. I'm not sure which airport that is off the top of my head. We'll find out momentarily. Cruising at flight level 360 this time. Trip time, again, only 41 minutes with an alternate time of 37. Block fuel we're taking 4,825 kilograms. Expecting runway 14 here at Umeå, which is where we landed on the Sopley 2 kilo departure, arriving into Kiruna. We're expecting the Turpa 1 Romeo on runway 03. Looking at the loading, actually only 58 passengers and no cargo. Very, very light loading. And if you want to know where we're getting the loading figures from, as we do with every flight we do for the virtual airline here for fuzzair, we use Newsky. And Newsky here has it allocates the passengers based on demand for the route and the dynamic sort of passenger simulation that it has here in Newsky. So only 58 passengers, so very, very light and low demand on this routing by the looks of things. So very unfortunate. Probably won't make much money, but hey ho, still got to get people to where they need to be. So coming down, no SIGMETs in place. The SIGMET we saw previously was looks like it's been now cancelled. Weather at Umeå, we have already really seen what it's like, but we've still got an easterly wind, which is now varying between 050 and 110. Quite low vis still, and light snow with a low ceiling. Weather at Kiruna looks a little bit improved, actually. Very, very light winds from the south at Kiruna with light snow also, but a much higher ceiling there. And nothing too much else to write home about, so it should be fairly smooth sailing at Kiruna, provided they've ploughed the runway. And alternate is we've got a departure alternate this time, which is Östersund, and the weather there looks pretty fine actually. No issues there, although a low ceiling. And then our alternate destination alternate is actually Alta, where the weather yeah, looks okay actually. We've got a bit more wind there, but yeah, actually looks okay. Cav okay as well. Right, so looking at the routing straight up to the north to Kiruna. Fairly straightforward in from the south, and then significant weather chart. Same one that we looked at earlier on. We've still got that icing between below flight level 100 up to flight level 200 on our departure sector here. And that is all she wrote, really. We've got a little bit of a crosswind component and a little bit of tailwind component for the majority of the trip out, which is what on average about 12 knot tailwind on average, so not too bad at all. So yeah, that is that for the OFP brief. Let's jump into the flight deck then, and we'll get set up. I don't want to do a too long turnaround here. Bjorn, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Doggy says, now that you've tested both add-ons, do you prefer GSX or Toolbar Pushback? I have to say I prefer GSX. I mean, obviously GSX is a far more in-depth add-on. I wouldn't say it's particularly comparable, mainly because, you know, the GSX just adds so much more than just a ground services simulation and a pushback. It's adding, you know, all the custom profiles, all of the ground clutter, all the models, and so much more. I mean, they're not really too comparable, really. This add-on is really just manipulating what's already in the sim, and it doesn't really add anything in visually as such. It's more just sort of manipulating, like I say, what is already available to us in the sim, which you can do without any add-ons at all, albeit with, you know, a little bit less of a refined interface, etc. But yeah, I mean, it is nice though. If you just want something simple, you don't want to bother with GSX profiles, all of the, you know, well, I say all of there are some inconsistencies with GSX which don't generally come up as much as they used to do. But if you don't want to deal with all that stuff, then, you know, I think it's a really nice little option. I've always been a fan of Toolbar Pushback, and it seems to work flawlessly with the Fenix, which the free version didn't do. I will say, though, it is a little bit sad, though, that I don't know if they're going to do any more updates to the free one now that this is a thing. Who knows? But, yeah, I mean, it is nice for what it is. €10, not too bad priced as well. But like I say, I don't think it's really in the same league as GSX, I would say. Right, let's get cracking then, shall we? So we'll import the next flight. We're not using live time, we're using live weather only, so this is all going to be a bit out of whack, but that's fine. I'm not going to take any extra fuel this time. We'll just go ahead and start the loading of the aircraft. Real time, 9 minutes. 58 passengers. Crikey. Well, let's get them on anyway, and we're going to get cracking. And we should be fairly quick to get set up here. Let's go ahead and this to bring over the refueler, although I haven't seen the refueler arrive at all just yet, and we'll bring in the baggage loader. We've already had the catering here. So yeah, there we go, just using the default baggage loader or the baggage loading system, albeit those are the GSX models. And then maybe we'll see the fuel arrive this time. Not sure. Anyways, let's crack on with the setup, shall we? So we'll first go ATSU AOC. Got our arrival message there, that's fine. Bringing our new data. Just going to get my pen. Where's it gone? I have a habit of whenever I leave my desk, I take my pen with me. Right. Hang on. Right, there's a pen. Sasha says, will I be live tomorrow night? I'm not sure. Probably not, if I had to take a guess. I'm going to do a stream over the weekend. Probably be Sunday, Sasha. When will the triple pack release? I believe it's due to release next Monday, I think. I may be wrong about that. Let me just check, actually, my message from Marcus. I'm not sure if it's been officially announced yet, but I think the provisional release date is going to be the 17th of Feb, so tomorrow, in fact. Very nice. There you go. Tomorrow indeed. Okay, so we're going at requests. Okay, so ESNU, ESNQ, ENAT, that's good. We're going to be fuzzy 59 Delta with a 26 cost index. We're going to be cruising at 360, and the temperature here is 0. Departing runway 14 on the Sopley 2 Kilo, which will insert. And we'll set up for an engine failure SID if we need it, which is, sorry, 130 and 25. So straight ahead to 25 miles and hold. The departure SID doesn't actually have any restrictions on it, so that's correct. And then we'll just check that on here, make sure it all looks correct. So it's a left turn up to the north. Yeah, that all looks grand. Fantastic. And then our arrival, we'll expect the 03 arrival. We'll do something different because we've already done a ILS today, and the ceiling looks a bit more forgiving at Kiruna, so we'll go for an RNAV 03 on the Turpa 1 Romeo, and our via in November Quebec 703, which is correct, so we'll insert that. RNAV departure, so I'm not going to mess with that. Secondary flight plan, we'll go ESNU. ESNU. Just in case we need to come back. ILS 14, and we'll leave it at that. Cool, right, so load sheet, we'll need to do that. And we'll come over here. And AOC received messages. Load sheets 47.8 is a 0 fuel weight. Crikey, so light. This is going to be fun takeoff. 47.8 and 28.5 on the CG, and the fuel we already refueled at 4.8. That's good. And then our excuse me, route reserve 0.6 and alternate 1.3, giving us 12 tailwind and 0.1 extra. Okay, good. Lovely stuff. Okay, and then runway 14, it is wet. Go packs on and anti-ice on. Sync weather, calculate. Peterolund. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Right, so V1 117.25.282 up 0.3 and 68. One, 2, 1, 2, 8 flaps 2. Is it flaps 2 up 0.3? Have I forgotten already? Nope, got it right. And 68 degrees of flex again, quite a high flex. And then the NADP2 we'll assume is the noise abatement procedure here. 117.25, 128. I got that all correct. Good. All right, fantastic. So that's all that done. Lovely stuff. Initial climb clearance, looking at the charts, is going to be 5,000. That's all looking good. Fantastic. And then we'll just do a quick run through. There we go. That all looks grand. Fantastic. We'll check the arrival once we're up in the air. I imagine we're probably loaded with passengers already, given this small amount of loading. We'll go ahead and just check the weather as well. 1001 now, actually. So we'll get that changed. Nearly loaded, not quite, but 1001 is all set. We'll go ahead and get the APU started. Seatbelt signs can come on. Lovely stuff. Alright, so cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 4.8 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. Ideas are nav and the bar F1001 set on both sides. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Lovely stuff. Stand 5. APU firing up. So I know the A300 flight that lost all hydraulics. I'm not sure. I've seen a few A300 accident investigations. Which airline was it? Any information about price? I'm not actually sure on that one, Bjorn. It may be on the Orbx website actually already. I'm not sure. Sweden triple. No, it doesn't actually say. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the price will be just yet. Off the top of my head. I don't think Marcus mentioned anything about it either. But if you want to have a look. Where are we? Gonna have a look, a bit more information. I mean, obviously we'll do a little bit of a tour of Kiruna once we get there, and we'll look at the Sweden Mountains Airport as well after our landing. But yeah, a bit more information on there, but no price on there. Unfortunately, I don't know how much it's going to be. Any long-haul plans, said Sasha. Okay, not at the moment, no. Sasha, no. Right, AP is available. Alright, still got some people here. Aircraft is loaded. Alright, we can probably go ahead and start cracking on with stuff here. Is ground services all gone? They are. Alright, lovely. We'll do that then, and we'll get the tug connected.
Cockpit to ground.
Initially. That should get rid of the stairs and the... It's got rid of the chocks. Is it going to get rid of the stairs? I believe it should disconnect the stairs on its own, from what I've read. Maybe not, because I've got them on manually dismiss. Okay. What if I do that? Probably doesn't do anything now, right? Because I've already done the stuff. So, stairs. Doors close automatically. That's a nice touch. I love how you can control all the Fenix ground services, though, I have to say. That is a very nice touch. Okay. So, we'll get the beacon light on. We'll get ready for a push. So, before I start chat, this parking brake is set. Actually, it is now.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
There we go. Oh, it was waiting for me. Fair enough.
Parking brake set. Lift in the aircraft.
Takeoff speeds and thrust 1172528 and 68 degrees of flex.
Pushback.
Windows are closed and the door is closed there. Beacon light is on before start checklist complete. Let's do it, chat. I haven't heard anyone else on the radio, so let's go for a pushback. Umeå traffic, fuzzy 59 Delta, stand 5, pushing back, runway 14, Umeå traffic. Alrighty, so we'll go for a planned pushback. Zoom out a bit, and then we want to go like this way. Go like... Go like that, and then we'll get him to pull us forward a little bit as well. And tick. Start pushback.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
AP bleed on.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
Right out.
Start in the sequence.
Engine blade set to ignition starts. Engine 2 start. I think he's sticking with Fenix to GSX. Yeah, absolutely fair enough. Yeah, I love the automation with Fenix to GSX. Looking forward to the automation as well within then the Block 2 as well. Block 2 update that's coming. DHL aircraft hit by a missile over Baghdad, lost all hydraulics. No, I don't think I have seen that one. No, doggy, that sounds pretty horrific. SAS costs €580 from Arlanda to Kiruna, back to Arlanda. Crikey, that seems like quite a lot. Ryanair has entered the chat. And there's a pull forwards.
Okay, pushback completed.
Alrighty.
Set your parking brake.
Parking brake sets.
Parking brake set.
Engine 2 stable.
Parking brake set. Lower
Engine
deck
1
on.
starts.
Ground. Startup is complete. You may disconnect.
Okay, sir. Cleared to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a safe flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Final load sheet is compliance. That's fine. Lovely, lovely. Okay, engine 1 available. Engine blade selected to ignition start. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps 2. We'll get the transponder on at this point as well. We want 27.2, so a little bit that way. For the trim, ECAM status is checked. Flight controls check. Full left. Full right and neutral, full up, full down and neutral, rudder, full left, full right and neutral. Righto, jolly good stuff. Max auto brake, everything is good there. Up to the top, AP bleed off, AP master, that's all good. We'll get the anti-ice on, and this we've been sat on the ground in snow. We'll get the wing anti-ice on as well. After start checklist, anti-ice is on. ECAM status check. Pitch trim is what did we set that to? 27.2%. And the rudder trim is neutral. After start checklist is complete. Good. Righto. Let's go, chats. Oh, we just had a fault light on there on the wing anti-ice. Let's just see what happens there. To keep an eye on that. Umeå traffic, Fuzzy 59 Delta, taxiing to runway 14. Umeå traffic. Alright, let's go. Just looking at the arrival sector, see if there's anyone incoming. It doesn't look like there is, but it doesn't necessarily mean there isn't anyone there. Just going to have a quick check on VATSPy before we enter the runway. Nah, we're good. Okie dokes. So, we'll bing bong the cabin. Takeoff config check. Wind shear weather radar on. We'll get the TCAS on as well. Good. So, Umeå traffic, Fuzzy 59 Delta entering runway 14 via Charlie, backtracking for an immediate departure. Umeå traffic. Okay. Taxi jetlist flight controls check. Flap setting config 2.
Umeå traffic, shake.
Radar and predictive wind shear on an auto. Engine mode selected normal. ECAM memo. Takeoff no blue. Taxi jetlist complete. Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway 14 is confirmed. TCAS TARA. Packs 1 and 2 are on. Lineup checklist complete. Look at these ground textures though. Come on now. Lovely, lovely frames as well at these smaller airports. You absolutely love to see it. Right on time as well. We're actually a little bit early, aren't we, I think? Yeah, we're about 5 minutes early. They're landed by the engines. Got you, doggy crikey. Yeah, I saw an A310 accident investigation that was very similar to that. Actually, a Canadian airline, Air Transat, that was going across the Atlantic, and I don't know if they lost hydraulics, but they lost something which prevented them from using the flight controls in a normal fashion, and they used asymmetric thrust to help them come down and get on centerline, etc. Actually, no, I think that was an engine failure. Sorry, ignore me. Ignore me. But yeah, takes a lot of skill and forward thinking and situational awareness to do that, I'm sure. Been 3 aircraft ground collisions at Oslo in the last month or so. Crikey, no way. Most recent happened 1 day apart from each other. Wow. Any particular reason? Is it just because of the weather? Weather's been poor back there, up there. Or construction. I see. Yeah, I mean, whenever I've departed from Oslo on VATSIM and it's been busy, it does feel like quite a congested airport, I have to say. It does feel quite tight to maneuver around in. Maybe we can try and simulate that on my extreme. Potentially, maybe. Sounds quite difficult. I think it might be a little bit above my skill set, but maybe if I give it a bit of practice, I can do it live for you guys. What about the Aerosoft A320 that was flown by the son of the captain? Crikey, I didn't know about that one either. Oh yes, look at these ground markings. Beautiful. And the leading lights as well. Alright, let's get swung around here. Strobes on as well now, and might as well get the landing lights on as well. lost a lot of our momentum here. Runway's clear though, so good for an immediate departure. Climb nav 182, 5000 blue, all looking good there. Omeya traffic, Fuzzy 59 Delta is departing runway 14, Sopley 2 kilo departure. Omeya traffic. Alright, let's spool them up. Not a very good turnaround here, but let's just use the spool up to get back on the center line here. And Buzz Toga's in the chat. Takeoff. We are very light, remember.
Omeya traffic, sheet 512, taxi to runway and holding short, runway 14, Charlie. Omeya traffic.
Amflex 68 SRS runway. Flexer airspeed alive, 100 knots already. V1 rotates. Nav positive rates. Gear up. Wow, that was quick. Oof. Pretty gnarly pitch up as well. Leave a climb, thrust climb, auto thrust.
Omeya traffic, sheet 512, taxi. Backtracking on runway 14. Omeya traffic.
F speed, speed checked, flaps 1. We'll assume we've been cleared up a little bit higher to 11, flight level 110. Pull for open climb and set standards. Get the lights off on the nose and the ground spoilers disarmed. S speed, speed checked. Flaps 0. Give the cabin a little bing. Oh yeah. Yeah, buddy. Phoenix has got such good wings. Such good wings. Hear a little bit of precipitation hitting the aircraft, I think. Turn the wing anti-ice off now. AP2.
Traffic sheet 512, taking off runway 14 via the Foley 2 kilo departure. Umeå traffic.
Lovely stuff, chat. We're off. Absolutely flying here. No pun intended. FSI panel, yeah, I've seen that. That looks very, very good. Oh, yes, buddy. Surfing them clouds. Brennan says, which Airbus was it where the captain said the plane behaved like the HAL 9000 trying to kill him? Not sure. Not sure on that one. Qantas 330. Not heard about that one personally. Right, we didn't want to level off there, so we'll keep going up. And we'll get the landing lights off before Newsky penalizes us. And we're going up to 360. Just climb, open climb, flight level 360 blue. There's an add-on called R and failures that give you more failure options like explain failures menu. Yeah, I think I have seen that. I think that's been around for quite some time actually, I think. Doesn't that just utilize the Microsoft Flight Sim default failures and just brings them up in another menu? Thank you very much, MPS. Air Transit Jet you mentioned was actually an A330, the world's biggest glider. It was named out of fuel. Oh, really? Was it? I thought that was an A310 for some reason. Out of fuel. That might be a different one, though. I think I'm thinking of a different one. No, yeah, you're right. It was a 330, yeah. Yep. Yep, good call, Roy. It has more options, does it? Oh, interesting. I'll have to have a look at that one. I've not really looked at that for a long time. What is it called? RNF failures. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I do remember that one. That has actually recently been updated as well by those things. Well, I say recently, a year ago. I wonder how that would work though with complex aircraft. But yeah, I do remember that one. I just never tried it. Lovely views, I have to say. Lovely views. Let's see how far we've got to go. Not far. We've got quite a short cruise section here. We can get the anti-ice off now, of course. Right. Well, let's get prepared for the arrival then, because, like I say, very, very short cruise section here. So we'll just check the weather. So we've got 1920, so very, very recent METAR this. QNH of 1006. Temperature is -9. Pretty chilly. Dew point -10. No wind. We'll set the transition level to 6.5 because we've got no way of working that out. And then we're going to do the RMP 03. Not sure what the preferred runway would be at this airport given no wind, but we'll just take what SimBrief has given us, given that I don't know that. And we'll go for LPV minimum, which is 1797. Pretty high altitude this airport, actually. A lot higher altitude than I thought it was. And then we'll stick with the N80P2. In fact, we might be able to get that information for this airport. ESNQ. No, we can't. Okay, never mind. Right. So that's all looking good then. Let's just make sure we've got this RNAV approach in properly. So we're going to do we'll do a briefing proper shortly, but we're going to be doing the Turpa 1 Romeo, which takes us from Turpa to 550. Turpa is minimum 100, that's fine. 550 minimum altitude 5,000, then 4,500 at 703 with a max speed of 230 knots, which the aircraft is not going to make. Okay. So just stick in some wind data. That's fine. No, we'll just have to monitor that. And then for the RMP, I'm going to go via 703, 230 knots, 4,500 minima, 210 knots at 700, which is not in there properly. Oh, it is. Above 3,900, that's fine. And 3,900 mandatory at 701. And a 3-degree descent. That's all good. Cool. That all looks fine to me. Lovely. So that's that all done. Once we get to the top of climb, we'll do our arrival briefing. First, do our landing performance, which probably is not going to be. It's going to be pretty forgiving, given our weight. So estimated 2.7. So we're going to be 49. 50.5. Very, very light. Can we do lower to brake? Can. Do max reverse because there's been some snow, and medium. Forgot to take max reverse into account actually on the previous. Fine. All good there. All right. Good, good. Attending across the pond this year, good question. I'm not sure actually. It depends if it falls on a date that I can do. I know they made an announcement recently, didn't they? April the 20th. I can probably do that. Yeah, I probably will do Cross the Pond. I mean, I really enjoy Cross the Pond, not only as an event, but oh, actually, I'm not sure. There's something on the calendar. So I'll have to see. We shall see. But, yeah. If I can. But as I was saying, I don't just enjoy the event. It's a great event, but I also just enjoy streaming it. It's such a cool thing to stream. It's just so enjoyable to have, you know, to sit here and just chill with you guys and just watch stuff online and chat, and people come and go in the chat, and it's just super enjoyable. So if I can, I definitely will. Oh, look at that. We've got the magnetic variation showing now because we are going so far north. Do some quizzes, yeah, absolutely, yeah, with the with the tense music, with Chris Tarrant in the house. Flight British Airways 5390 had a window separated from the forward fuselage and captain outside the plane at 70. Yeah, I think I've heard about that one. Yeah, that's crazy. I think what happened? Did the first officer hold, like, did he have to hold his colleague in while he had to fly the plane or something like that? Yeah, that one's. I bet that was terrifying. Runway 03. Yes, Ramsey, indeed. Indeed. Night at night. If you had GSX, you don't need this tool. Yep. Fair point. Very fair point. But I think, as I was saying earlier, I mean, just trying to think of all scenarios, really. You know, it definitely works a lot better with, you know, say if you're doing maybe some private jet stuff or GA flying. That being said, you probably wouldn't use too much pushback for those, but there are applications for it. But yeah, I mean, it's, if you've got GSX, there's no real need. Yeah, I don't think anyone's trying to flog it as a GSX replacement, to be honest. It's just, you know, something alternative, something lightweight, something simple. All right, here we go. Coming up to flight level 360. It was a purser. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, crikey. Compared to GSX price, the tool is great. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot cheaper than GSX. Absolutely. But it does a lot less than GSX. As I was saying earlier on, it's just manipulating the default ground services. So again, it's it's a nice tool, but it's, like I say, it's not really comparable to GSX. It's kind of in a different league, really. Alrighty, up at cruise. Speedo and November quick 703. Oh, hang on. Max 230 knots. Is that just warning me about the orange star? It is. To be honest, I feel like we should just. I feel like we're going to be fine there. Just have to monitor. Only about 40 miles up at cruise here. 51. Then we're going down into Kiruna, our final destination for today. Air France 447 crash, human error. The pilot stalled the plane. Not sure if I know that one off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, there are, as Roy said, unfortunately a number of incidents where someone's messed up for varying reasons. It's not just usually the fact that they've messed up because of their, you know, ineptitude. Usually there's an underlying factor, like some kind of company culture, some kind of habit they've got into because of the company culture, because of some other background situation. Maybe they were, you know, they had some kind of issue personally, or an issue with the aircraft that just kind of really absolutely threw them for six, and they were unable to cope with the situation, or that combined with, you know, various other factors. But yeah, unfortunately there are a number, aren't they? Auto stuff is great, but the A350 auto takeoff is too much and too far. Why do you say it's too much and too far? I don't know much about the auto takeoff, to be honest with you. It'd be interesting to hear sort of what safety benefits it brings. I mean, I suppose it does eliminate certain aspects of error, potentially. MPS says, often it's a human involved, then aircraft crashes like Alaska Airlines didn't do the maintenance on motor axis for tail rudder at Mad Dog. Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know if you guys have seen Mentor Pilot's channel. You probably have, but he refers to it all the time about the Dr. Reason's Swiss cheese model. You know, there's like a bunch of different things that go wrong, and it all leads to an accident rather than, you know, something being caught early, and it's prevented that incident from happening. Yeah. Because auto, it can fail, and if it does, you go into auto crash. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. But I'm sure the procedure for doing an auto takeoff involves a lot of monitoring, similar to an auto land. You know, I suppose that logic could be applied to anything automatic, couldn't there? Virgin Air Flight 301-757, one very stupid human error. Maintenance crew forgot to cover the pitot tubes. The aircraft was sitting idle for a couple of weeks. Yeah, all sorts of little things like that. Unfortunate. Get there itis. Yeah, exactly. Heard that referred to a lot of times. I mean, I've even done get there itis on stream where I've done a landing where I probably shouldn't have done. Actually, before where you get your music from, I forgot. Ramsey, I get my music from Epidemic Sound, yes. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, the only thing I wish it had more of is a way to save playlists and stuff, but hey, it's alright. Yeah, it's good. I enjoy it. And I can run ads and stuff on the stream if I wanted to. Not that I often do, and not get copyright strikes, which is quite nice. Alright guys, we're about to start down. Trying to make one pilot fly the plane instead of two. Yeah, I mean, I suppose there is a little bit of a incentive to do that, isn't there? But I think that's a long way off yet. Disconnected from VATSIM. Let's just reconnect. Do we have any arrivals into Kiruna? No, just me and Ramsey. Cool. Very quiet over Sweden tonight. I think I've picked the only place in Europe that doesn't have controllers online, which is quite sad. Because you guys know I like flying with controllers. We've even got center controllers on over pretty much the whole of the UK as well, which is fairly rare these days. God damn. Wow. Just my luck, that. Alright, let's go. Flight level 150 blue. Des. We got flight level 100 actually. Gothenburg and Bromma, they do have ATC online, yes. But just those airports, isn't it? Rather than center controllers or anything. Looks like Denmark and Finland both have center controllers online, as well as a bit of Norway. Or Drake. Yeah, let's just pull the speed. Right, ESNQ 03. Go back to manage speeds. Why not divert to the closest UK airports? Probably because, knowing my luck, if I diverted, well, I wouldn't have enough fuel to get to the UK from here. Probably my best diversion into an ATC area would be somewhere in Finland. But we're showing off the Swedish triple pack today, so I'm not going to do a diversion. MSFS needs to have failure effects. Yeah, not a lot of planes have failure effects, do they? You should check out the Boeing 247 by Wing 42. You can set the engines on fire on that and everything, and you get the effects. It's very, very cool. So obviously the infrastructure is there for failure effects. It's just not being implemented by all the developers. I've seen SES's new long-range A320. I have not. No, Stian. How have they made it long range? Is it an A321 XLR? But no, I haven't really been keeping up with too much aviation news, to be quite honest. Dave's gone back to the Phoenix. Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that's wild MPS. Absolutely crazy. As a pilot, you would be so... I mean, you wouldn't know what to do, would you? You'd be so shocked by what just happened. It'd just be absolutely insane. You can save a playlist. Oh. I haven't found a way to do that. You mean if you just downloaded it all? Who's the artist though? I'm just using a playlist called Lo-Fi Hip Hop today, Ramsey. Microsoft Flight Sim needs a weather radar solution. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Would love to see that. Right, I'm going to get Sky Dolly open. Hopefully I'll remember to record a replay for this landing, chats. It's been a while since we've watched a replay. Crash animations, yeah. I mean, not that you would like to do much crashing in a sim, but that's a bit of an interesting one, that one, because Microsoft is very, very keen to try and hide things like that. Like, if you do a crash and you have crashes turned on in the sim, it just goes black screen, doesn't it, rather than showing you a destroyed aircraft. But yeah, I mean, X-Plane has that, doesn't it? Or at least an effect. Copper, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to be back in the fuzzair. Yep, agreed. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, I hope you are also. And Crack Rock Steady, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Be nice if the mini worked, but it's coming. Yeah, indeed, Dave. I mean, I tell you what, I can send you my spad.next profile for the mini FCU if you want to give that a try. It works okay for me. Sometimes you have an artist sounds like Asian jazz type of thing. Love it. Yeah, that's probably on this playlist, Ramsey. This is mainly the playlist that I'm playing on the streams. Oh, we can see the ground this time. Lovely stuff. A321 XLR because they have less dense seating. Oh, I see. Oh, very interesting. What kind of routes are they going to do on that? Have they announced yet? Yeah, hopefully they check the bolts. This is not Boeing though, to be fair. Bought the X-Plane 12 Pro version for $1,000. Crikey. I didn't know anyone could just buy that. But wow, amazing. I didn't know you needed that to build your own full cockpit. Nice. Enjoy. Look forward to seeing what you come up with. I need to do more lives now to talk to the missus. Dave, you shouldn't be saying that. But no, I know the pain. I know the pain. Keep that between me and you though, yeah? Yeah, I mean, hopefully I'll get to do some more soon. As I've said before, I've just been so busy recently with all manner of stuff, but it's easing off a little bit, so we should be hopefully be able to get some more in fairly soon. What did I say? It's called Lo-Fi Hip Hop on Epidemic Sound. That's the playlist name, Ramsey. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to start recording the replay now so I don't forget. And the Span.next profile, Dave, I will... Yeah, I'll see if I can export just a mini FCU, and I'll send that over to you at some point. You might have to remind me though. Right, let's keep coming down then anyway. We'll go to altitude 5,000, so we'll set the local altimeter 1001. I'll just get the up to date. Oh, it's 1006. Oh, it's because I didn't change this. My reminder. Right, flight level 100. Get the lights on. Turn the music down. And here we go, chat. Arnav approach. Runway 14. Kiruna. I've not done a briefing. Approach checklist. Bar of 1006. Set both sides. Seatbelts are on. Minimums are 1797. Auto brake low. Engine mode set to normal. Approach checklist complete. Right, I haven't done a briefing, so let's just do that very, very quickly here. So jumping over to the fuzz pad. I won't brief the star because we have pretty much already flown it. So arriving in Kiruna, Sweden, we're doing the RMP runway 03, 12-1. Final approach course is 023 degrees, and the final approach fix is 3,900 at November, Quebec 701. And it is a fairly standard RMP, so we're going to come in at the initial approach fix 703, 4,500 minimum, max 230 knots there, and then coming into 700, max 210 knots, 3,500 minimum altitude there. And then 701 is the final approach fix. We've got a 3-degree glide path and a LPV minimum we're going to use of 1797. Pappy is to the left of the runway. Airport elevation I forgot to mention, 1509 with a runway same height. MSA 53. Based on the airport reference point, reducing to 45 within 15 nautical miles. If we need to go around, it's initially November, Quebec 532. Fly over fix, turn right, max 230 knots, direct to the Kiruna VOR, climb to 12,500 feet, and join the Kiruna holding, which is here. So that is that. Just going to get a bit of speed brake here. And then once arriving, runway 03, we'll probably vacate Alpha here. We're very light, and then taxi to the main apron. Should be quite a straightforward taxi in. Potential threats here, not too many really. The weather looks okay, although there could be some snow on the runway. So we'll have to be applying our reverse thrust. But yeah, nothing too crazy I don't think. Should be quite straightforward. Yeah, so that's it really. The runway is 2,500 meters, so not too short either. Good, right, let's do this thing. Here we go. So just coming in past that initial fix as we just briefed. We'll go ahead and activate the approach phase now. Got the VDEV and LDEV. Climb approach now. Speed. Oh, final lap already. Crikey, we've got final lap already. I didn't think we'd get it quite that early, but okay. Fair enough. Sure the lights are all on. They are good. Kiruna traffic, Fuzzy 59 Delta, established RMP, runway 03. Kiruna traffic. Right, we can use this to gauge our distance. We've got 11 miles to go, so we are pretty good on speed actually. Go around altitude is 4,500 feet, which will set. Good, we'll go to flaps 1, speed checked. Remember, airport elevation 1,500 feet here, so we need to be flaps 2 by about 3,500. Nine miles to go on speed. Just about.
2,500.
1,500 is checked. We have flaps 2 now. Yeah, I can put the SPAD profile on Discord, Roy. Absolutely. On the spoilers. Flaps 2 set, gear down. Uh, 5 miles to go. Yeah, we're a little bit quick. Flaps 3. Mariner, my dude. Welcome, my friend. Thank you very much for renewing your membership. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate the support. I hope you're well. Okay. And flaps full. Speed checked. Alrighty guys, landing rate predictions. Surely I can't do it as smooth as the last one, but hopefully I'll get centerline this time because we've got no wind apparently. We've got a little bit of tailwind at the moment, but hopefully it should die off as we get closer in, so it should be a perfect landing, hopefully. Look at that approach speed, 125 knots. No excuses here really, chat. No excuses. Yeah, doing very well. Thank you, Mariner. Doing very well. Yeah, thank you for asking. Roy as well. Thank you so much for renewing your membership, my friends. Appreciate that. And yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate your support. Thank you, my dude. Right, we've got contact with the runway there. Yeah, the wind is pretty much dying off here. We're looking like we're a little bit off center line here, interestingly. So let's disconnect. I'm just going to scoot over a little bit here. Go for flight directors off. Oops. There we go. We'll stick the bird on.
100 above.
Oh, there's a lot of snow on that runway.
Minimum.
Continue. What's thrust disconnect?
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
Spoilers. D-cell, reverse green.
10 miles out. Final for runway 0.
Not much, not slowing down much here. Let's go on to manual brakes. Oh, the airspeed is stuck. Oh, I think that's because of icing, isn't it? I think that's because of the icing issue with the Phoenix. And I can't use the nose gear either. Oh dear. Is that a toolbar pushback thing? Got some floating lights here as well. I have to tell Marcus about that one. Alrighty, welcome to Kiruna, guys. I think I might have done a bounce there. Not sure. Might have done a bounce. Oh, we have flown here before on the stream. We have. I do recognize this. can't see the ground markings for the life of me. I think we flew here when Asobo did a scenery here, didn't they? Because Gaia Simulations did quite a nice one, if I remember correctly. Right, so what is going on here?
Fuzzair, are you clear of runway 03?
Yes, we are. Sorry, I forgot to say anything. We're clear of the runway, Fuzzy 59 Delta. Right.
Sounds good. Chic 512 is 5 miles.
Radar and predicted wind shear off.
Kiruna track.
Transponder off. And I've completely lost where I'm going here. Going into this spot. Get the nose lights off. I'm not sure what's happened to my nose gear, chat. I mean, it works fine with the pedals, just not with the tiller. I've got no marshal here, so I'm cheating. Okay, parking brake set. Engine 1 and 2 shut down. Cool. Alrighty. External powers here. Good. Get the beacon light off. Parking brake off. Good. Get everything in place. There's baggage, catering. Deboard this sucker. Welcome, guys, to Kiruna. Lovely. I think Ramsey's just landed as well. No? Not yet. Look at that. I think we have a dynamic... Look at that. We've got the actual temperature there on the screen. 9 degrees. What does this say? Like PMDG not wanting you to know the truth about their products, Satan doesn't want you to know the truth. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, whoever sent that. Not really my bag. Doesn't let me clear it from there. Right. Welcome, guys. Let's have a look at the report on Newsky then and see if we did any better than last time. Okay, so over to the fuzz pads. What the fuck indeed, guys. So we departed on time, everything was good there, and we actually made a loss on this route because of such low passenger loading, which is unfortunate, but yeah, we got a perfect 10 again, which we're very happy with. We got a great touchdown, normal conditions, distance from the threshold a bit longer than last time, and then max centerline deviation 2.27. So good landing overall. A little bit firmer though. 1.24 G, 245 feet per minute. Let's see what we got. Oh wow, crikey. MPS almost bang on the money there with the G-force, but 245 feet per minute. This is looking very close actually. Got Stian coming in with 220. Congratulations, my friends. Nicely done there. So, yeah, a little bit. It felt like I might have bounced that time. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. No, it doesn't say we bounced. Oh, the satellite imagery is way out of cock here. But assuming it's just the centerline that's off, then we were pretty much bang on with where we landed. So I'm happy with that. And then we did get centerline more or less from what I remember. So I think the satellite imagery is a bit off cock there. But yeah, not too bad. Positive touchdown. I'll take it. Lovely stuff. Another 10 for the bank. I'll take that one. Lovely stuff. Well, we've got a replay to watch. I did record that on Sky Dolly, so we'll watch that momentarily. But let's have a quick look around Kiruna, and then we'll jump on over to the Sweden Mountains Airport as well. And we'll jump over to the Sweden Mountains Airport as well, which is part of this triple pack. And we can have a look at that as well. So let's have a look. I mean, we've obviously seen the ground textures already. Very, very nice indeed. There is a rather lot of snow, though, which is just, I suppose, Microsoft Flight Sim limitation. I tell you what I will do is we'll actually go to a custom weather situation here because we won't be able to see the ground textures otherwise. We'll put a bit of snow down, but not much. Let's see. Wow, that's some serious amount of snow depth that must have been there in the live weather. But right, yeah, I mean, as ever, ground textures looking absolutely fantastic. A little bit sort of lower res than what we're used to with Marcus's work, I think. But yeah, I mean, the ground markings look great. These lights, I'm not sure if, I mean, that must be a bug where they're kind of floating in the air like that. This is a pre-release version. As you guys know, the scenery is not out yet. Custom taxiway signage there, which looks very nice indeed. Yeah, I mean, ground textures looking very good. Like I say, I think they are a bit slightly lower resolution than what we're used to, but it does look nice. Let's see what else we got. I did see something on the approach here as we were. I think this is probably satellite imagery, isn't it? In which case, if it is, that is extremely good quality, but I don't know for sure. We've got some guys hanging out at the end of the runway here. What did I see over here? Was it a firefighting jobby? Is that for practicing firefighting maybe, or is it just a random, just a wreck that's been left there for some reason? Got the ILS modeled in there and some leading lights. Yeah, some fantastic modeling and texturing on the buildings as normal. What I did notice when I had a quick look around this the other day was these little puddles again. Yeah, just looks so good, doesn't it? It's just such a nice attention to detail. Just slowing down the drone camera there. Yeah, very nice. As per the last airport, really, it's all a very, very similar quality. I don't think we've got the custom snow piles on this one. I didn't see those, but nevertheless, still very nicely done. Lots of clutter, some statics. Very nice. Strangely, this feels like a smaller airport than Umeå, which I thought might be the other way around, to be honest. You see it says 15 degrees now because we changed the weather in the sim. Yeah, look at the PBR on there. That looks super nice, doesn't it? I think if I remember correctly as well, the night lighting here is pretty good as well. Yeah. Pretty nice. You've got the live sim time there as well. Nice interior. Transparent glass. Nice. I mean, you guys know I like Marcus's airports. I think he does a really good job with everything. I think just his style is a perfect balance between detail and performance, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. I love the way he does his sort of PBR, the ambient occlusions, and everything really. I feel like everything just has so much character and just enough atmosphere and realism to, you know, have the right effect. Lots of nice clutter as well. Very, very nice. Oh yes, I remember these from when we last flew in here. Did we ever find out what they were? These little sort of hut type things. But yeah, very nice airport, I will say. Cool. Alright, I'll tell you what we'll do then is we'll have a quick look at the landing and then we'll go over to the Swedish Mountains Airport, have a quick look around that, and then we're going to call it a day. Maybe we should try the lotto now. Yes, FPS, maybe you should give it a go. Patrick, welcome to the chat. It's been a short while. It has been a while indeed. Good to see you again, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. In Norway, we have pictures from planes fully available like Google Maps, way better resolution. Ah, interesting. Maybe it's a similar thing, yeah. Ramsey, no worries, my friend. A pleasure flying along with you as ever. Enjoy the rest of your day. Healer Bro, is this Orbx and is it out? It is not out yet, but it is an Orbx. Yeah, it's the Swedish triple pack, which is due out for release actually tomorrow. So, not long to wait. Yeah, let's have a quick look at the replay, shall we? Let's get that camera angle perfected. Oh, I forgot to start the engines, so it's going to be sounding a bit weird. Okay, never mind. We're going to just turn the music up. Right, here we go. So let's see. Did we bounce over the threshold there? Yeah, little bounce. Right tyre came up there. And sort of holding the nose off almost there. But yeah, not too shabby, I don't think. I mean, considering we had hardly any wind, probably should have done better there, but not too shabby. Bit of slow-mo. Why not? Look at that gear sinking down there. Love to see it. Back to normal speeds. Nailed the center line though, you can't really deny that. Got a center line touchdown zone. Bang on. Let's see where I was in relation to the touchdown markers in the actual sim, because the satellite imagery was a little bit funky, wasn't it? touched about there. That's like literally on the aiming point almost. Just a little bit before it even. I'll take that any day. Tasty. Right then, let's zoom on over to the Sweden Mountains Airport, which I forgot the ICAO code for. ESKS. Alright, let's go. This aircraft's probably going to be a little bit too big for this airport, but we'll slot it in nevertheless. Lots more snow on the runway when I landed too. Yes, very true. Very true. Which replay tool am I using? I'm using Sky Dolly. Alright, there we go. We'll shove it down there. Oh, look, we've got another another plane here on VATSIM. Oh, I forgot I was on VATSIM, actually. Probably best disconnect there. Okay, then. Right, well, here we are. Much, much smaller airport than the last two. But yeah, again, very, very nice quality. Much the same as the previous. You can see, yeah. I mean, do I need to say it all again? It's really very consistent, isn't it? Got the interiors. Beautiful PBR. Lovely puddles on the apron. Got some statics here. And I mean, there's not too much else to show, really, is there? It's a very, very small airport. Nice little bit of landside action, as well as this snaking path going up there, and the check-ins. Brussels Airlines, interestingly, on the backdrop there. Now, I'm just intrigued. I've just had a thought. I wonder, do these puddles, do you think they disappear depending on the time of year? I know Marcus sometimes does that kind of stuff. Because it would make sense in winter for the puddles to be around, maybe because of the melting snow, but no, it doesn't appear that way. Okay. No worries. But yeah, similar custom signage, custom markings. Beautiful runway textures. Need I say more? Fantastic stuff. And NPS was saying how the night lighting at the other one wasn't very good. We'll have a look at the night lighting here. So that looks pretty good to me. Hopefully that's an improvement on what you've already got. Might make this little pack worth getting for you. But yeah, that's it. That's it. Let's run the replay again with the live weather. Just for the outro here. But yeah, guys, if you're going to consider picking up this this airport from Orbx, there's a link in the video description. It's like an affiliate sort of style link. If you buy it through that link, I'll get a small amount of commission. So if you are going to buy it, then please do consider using that. It would support the channel, of course. But yeah, that is going to be about it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for watching. We're going to play the replay out again from the passenger view here. But yeah, that's going to be it from me. Let's see. Do we have any questions? No, I don't think so. Guys, well, that's it. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your Friday evening, Friday night, Saturday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you very much, Roy, Mariner, Naughty, Aviate for your support today, as well as Klaus. Much appreciated to you all. Thank you very much. Hope you have a good evening. I'll catch you in the next one, which I don't know when it will be. Maybe Sunday. Who knows? But thank you so much, guys. Have a great evening. Bye for now.